Welcome to my stream. Trying to work with this guy named Brian Rose, and there's some pretty controversial things um, online. And yeah, I'm here to help save your life with him and many other people. And I just finished a 66-day hunger strike to prove that you're sacred. And it was hard. It was very hard. Oh, excuse me. Hmm. Come on. It's being a little bit of a pain in my butt. Go this way. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get this one. Uh, Ugh. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock already. Holy cow. Oh. I have another. I'm just so excited. I get to have a bowl of cereal. Like, I'm exhausted right now, and I should go to sleep, but now I'm hungry again. I've eaten almost all my things. Day are we on today? Here, I'm just losing track. It is. Yeah, it won't let me zoom in. Oh, it is June. What? It is July 7th? July 8th. We're on day 412. What the heck is happening here? The weeks are, it's like going by so fast, it feels like. This is vermicelli, ahi amarillo, sourdough bread with some chopped pea cabbage, a little bit of peanut butter, some sesame, roasted sesame oil, some soy sauce, natural, fermented, with a touch of, well, not a touch, but a clove of garlic, and blend it all together with a touch of olive oil, some beans, some mung bean sprouts that I made myself, as you can see. They're all embedded in here. There's some peas in here, all cold. I don't know if you can see that. A little bit of sauerkraut. All the flavors delicately balanced with sweet chili sauce in there. Come on, man. Think. Come on, man. Oh, I'm like sweating again. Holy smokes, why am I sweating again? Come on. Oh, yeah, 20, 20, 20. This is painful. I can't scroll. Yeah, 20.
the heck? 15,000. What the heck is that? I think we're supposed to do. Busted numbers like what? 100, 15,000? Wow, Vegan has 4.7 million posts. That's kind of cool.
You know what's fun about the ancestors is I wrote out exactly what I meant.
There. What's happening? We're uploading that bad guy. Bad boy. How much space do we have? Okay, it's space there. Alright, I'm soaked. I'm really so hot. Do a little bit of coding, a little bit of cereal, I'm gonna be running out of milk and cereal. Like I'm almost out of everything already. Um, I ate all my vermicelli already. I need to sleep. I need to sleep. I ate all my Iranian leftovers. I have one bottle of milk right there. What is the second one there? I got two bottles of two small bottles of milk left. So those will be done in the next probably 4 days. I need to eat more meat, more noodles. Noodles and peanut butter actually turn out to be a great combination. Pretty cheap. I think lentils might be a little bit cheaper. I gotta start making my own bread. That's right. We cooked that today. Make a little bit of pizza or something. I don't know if I'll tolerate it very well, but okay. Done. I got a lot of little. Search functions don't work very well anymore. Like I like hungry. I feel like eating noodles. I think I should sleep first. I know I should drink some Boston stuff. Holy crap, man. Holy. Okay, we're gonna open this now. Um, Man, I'm exhausted. I'm so exhausted. Holy cow. Uh, Blazing a trail, though, that's the good news. Blazing a trail. Blazing a Ooh. Okay, darn. All right. Well, we'll just say that anybody that shows up on 2 days from now, will basically just do the free version. And we'll just say if you want to leave, you can leave. If you want to stay and see who you get matched with, we matched you all. It's because I don't want to have to put them through another like room, right? Maybe a poll is a bad way to do it. We could try and use Google. We could just use the website. To be honest, I actually took all the Google Docs and started putting them in the website. So all we just say is go log into your account and just go to this page, and then they just go fill it out. So I did not sleep properly last night. It's already 11:24 in the morning, so it's bizarre what's happening. This investment opportunity seems real, but it seems like there's a lot more risk than they make it sound, and I don't like some of the things I heard. But I'm investigating, figuring it out. I'll stay focused on this though. I think this is the real safe bet. I think once we get these forms and stuff inside of the actual website, and then that's the thing that was well. Yeah, get the website working and all that, and then do the matching, and then see if people are happy with the matching. Then I think we have it. I think we have one of the last pieces to solving how we're going to pay for all of this. In the nick of time, I'm running out of groceries though, so I need to go buy some vermicelli, some lentils, charger cables now, which sucks. I have these battery packs which are working good enough, so I'll survive. Actually, I can't actually do the streams. I just realized. Oh, actually, hold on. Yes, I can actually. Ugh. Okay. It's a really crazy kind of setup that I have going on here. But yeah, something shady seems to be going on. It's like there's like no easy deals anymore. There's always something shady about something going on. It makes me sad. But such is life. We must go on being careful, cautious, as trusting as possible, and loving as possible in getting through this. So let's start preparing on how to have the meeting on the 10th. So I think we should be more organized than the last one. We should factor in that people are going to want to hear from you, and see like, are they going to do it on the WhatsApp, or you know what I mean? Like, where's the best place for them to do all this stuff? Yeah. So if we get in there, we'll do the flow rolls, right? And we'll start like practicing those on the website. And we'll try and do all the video on the website. We'll actually test out the video properly. So let's actually get into the Google Meet tonight. Well, my tonight, your morning, I think, right? I'm just thinking. My tonight is, oh, it'll be early. It'll be 5 in the morning your time or something. So, well, if you're awake, you can try and do it. We can try and book it here, like, now. Actually, are you available now? Yeah, why don't we do it now? I'm gonna make a little bit of food. I'm charging up my other phone, so I'm gonna eat, and if we don't get on the call in the next, half an hour or so, then I'll just eat and go to sleep, go to bed, wake up, and I'll try to do it again. Okay, it's charging. Are we on day 411 or 412? Like, what's happening here?
What time is it in Kenya right now? Yeah, Brian's gone on the deep end. And I told him how to clean up his image and how he's too much like Dan Pena. And he needs to make it more like Brian Rose, the old one. So we agree there. About the books, I agree with you too. Someone claims the Holy Book does all this rational stuff, and we have to go and address them. Not deal with it. Okay, we agree on that too. So now what? We destroy all religions and make fun of them, and then humiliate them, and all the anger inside of you. I think you were like, I think you told me you were molested. You know, I think you're so angry because they got you in some way. Sick people. And you're gonna be bitter about it for the rest of your life. So, I mean, is it really anti-culturing or is it really just catharsis? Just getting angry at these people, getting revenge. Because it feels like revenge. But fundamentally, the guy's kind of right. Ice crystals are not the ocean. This is like baby level Holy Book analysis. What they really mean by the face of the ocean and all this, it could also be metaphysical for pure being. There's like a deeper underlying layer, right? Universal logic is really the highest science. And it's because it has something called self-consistency. That's one of the main attributes of science. So if I was to ask you, like, what is science? You couldn't give me an essential answer, right? You would just say, well, it's empiricism, and you make hypotheses and you test them. That's the scientific method. And then I would say to you, well, is science itself scientific? And you end up in a paradox. And then I say, is logic itself logical? And you'd end up in a paradox because you have to measure the criterion by the criterion. And you can't get out of it by ordinary thinking. And that's a very well-known problem called the demarcation problem of science. It is a very long-standing philosophy of science problem. And I've brought this up to you 4, 5, 6, 10, whatever times. So I think your brain's going to delete it again. So I think, how do we get you to actually go look into these issues seriously? That religion right now, its current form, is a faith. You are religious. Because if you answer these questions by saying, what is science itself scientific? And you say, well, the axioms, the Peano-Frankel axioms are so basic that they cannot be derived from anything else. Therefore, they are self-derived. Is not a scientific proof. It's a assertion and opinion that just so happens to hold under certain conditions. That's not causation. That's at best correlation, but is actually contiguity. Just repetition that seems to carry the same phenomena. Doesn't mean it's a law. And these are the fundamental problems of science. And contiguity came from Hume. They're not even new problems. They're hundreds of years old. So science is not as unshakable, Roy, as you think. You can't condescend religion to the same degree. All right? It's just as religious. And you're being just as much a fundamentalist about it because you don't define your terms. Just like they don't really define their terms in the Bible with the ocean and all these types of things, and they fill in the dots and whatever. You're doing the same thing with science. And there's contradictions in science that makes no sense. They're very big and they're very small, don't fit. Quantum field theory and general field theory doesn't fit. It fundamentally doesn't make any sense. We witness paradoxical phenomena like light is a particle and a wave at the same time, yet it has zero mass. So, yet it propagates and has a speed limit of
186,282 miles per second, yet at the same time it's instantly everywhere because it's like a field. There's so many contradictions within the religion of science in its current form that it's embarrassing, and it constantly bothered Einstein and the guys that actually understood it and weren't just dilettantes. So even Thomas Kuhn tried to define science and couldn't. But guess who could define science in its essence and notion? And he's the only one. Take a wild guess. It's Hegel. So I'm the better scientist than you are, because I can actually define the phenomena and answer the question: is science itself scientific? Is logic itself logical? And are they connected? Is science logic? Is logic science? What are all these things, Roy? Like, answer them. And we'll see what your knowledge is. But I don't want to go down a condescending road, right? Like, I just want to have a candid conversation, say, where are we going to get to the truth? But there's a little bit more with you in your critique, right? There's like a catharsis. There's a revenge. There's an anger there. There's a feeling of wanting to mock them. There's a feeling of hate. There's a feeling of wanting to destroy and anger rather than integrate. Religion's not all wrong. Just like religion came out of art, art was not all wrong. They have limits, and like I said, if they're within the limits, they're beautiful. If they're outside of the limits, they're ugly. That goes for science too. If it's within its limits, it's beautiful. If it's outside of its limits, it's ugly. And genuine science, which is infinite science, is the universal logic. And so I can explain that a little bit more so that when you talk about science, you can actually say it in its true form. But when you do it in its true form, you're going to find yourself repeating a lot of this religious speak. And you're going to start sounding like these holy books, like a Zen Buddhist master, or like one of these mystic Christians that is not superstitious, but is actually genuinely insightful. And you have to be able to separate these people, or else you will be a fool by association. But you can also be wise by association, get like billions of people on board, which would be impossible for other people. And you can get their minds changed too, because they trust you. Because they trust that you're not trying to destroy them or lead them to the devil or personal satisfaction. They know that you're sacrificing for them. And you have real wisdom, real judgment, the true nature of things. And the true nature of things is not the science of this world. The science of this world is destroying this world. And it's creating loneliness and godlike level technologies that is going to kill us. That's what's happening, Roy. So this, and it doesn't even make sense. Big, small. Where does time come from? Where does the Big Bang come? Where does structure itself come from? Why does it have a wild contingent side? Why does it have a structured evolutionary side? Why is it growing at exponential rates? Yet the inner world is like entropy is growing. Yet the inner world has negative entropy growing. You know, like where is the cosmic balances here? Where are all these laws? All these questions we don't have answers for. And the more deeply we go, the more paradoxical it gets, because it all moves by inner contradiction. So I think this is the productive direction. We got to do some words of wisdom. That's more fun that way. So we'll pick where do we put science. That's a good word. Where do we put logic? And we'll do that. We'll just go word by word. We'll say, where do you put Genesis in the Christian Bible? And we can put individual passages and start seeing how you and I change, like how we're different. And then you'll see that when I go to justify my answer, it's a lot deeper. I don't take anything for granted, neither did Hegel. Every single word is defined in its absolute grounding within itself. Which sounds strange, but it has to be that way to make any kind of sense. Otherwise you end up in dualism and dependency, which Buddha warned against. Right? Dependency, dualism, and it causes you to have cause and effect in a causeless, spaceless, timeless world. So anyway, you're hitting up on something, but it's like easy to do that to the Bible. It's like, oh, are the dinosaurs like 6,000 years old, or are the fossils like 60 million years old? Well, they're actually 60 million years old. We carbon dated them. And if you know about carbon dating, you know that it's actually very accurate if you do it right. So, yeah, I want to go to a more mature level, Roy, because your arguments are like not even Sam Harris good. That you'll get torn apart in a certain way, especially if you're teaching anti-cult training, because you're just replacing one cult with another. The cult of science is replacing the cult of abstract religion. So you're gonna get picked on for the demarcation problem. And it's a famous argument to say that religion is just a faith, and it is, because it's a paradoxical thing. You have to have certainty, which means you have to prove all of your assertions, including where do assertions come from. And that's been done in only one place right now on Earth. It's called the proof of truth. And I wrote it. And we can pass it by some scholars. I almost got the website done. So I'm getting close to publishing and getting that side going. I thought somebody was going to help me by now, but nobody is. Nobody's doing any actual work. You and I are doing a little bit of work right now, but you're sort of sticking to your safe zone, and I have to say, okay, where is the limit where this is beautiful, your view is beautiful, and where's the limit where you're stepping outside of that and it's turning into an ugliness? And then on top of that, where is the true limit of science? How do you define it truly? This is where the productive conversation gets to go. And if we do it right, you'll realize that religion and science are actually connected in a pretty intense way. So let's take another shot at it. And yeah, I don't, like I told you, I read these Bible and these parables in a different way. So when I go and I validate it in universal logic, not in these childish, these childish literal ways. But abstract atheists and scientists are just as bad when they're reading it. They make just as many assertions, and they say, this is right because it happens often. And it's like, well, it doesn't happen in quantum mechanics. It often goes, like the laws of thermodynamics often go backwards in quantum physics. Like, instead of like hot going to cold or cold going to hot, hot going to cold, like hot goes to hot, or how does it go? Hot goes to cold. Instead of that, hot goes to hotter without actual additional energy, or at least thought property energy or kinetic energy. Yes, I know you said that the solution's not in documents. I believe the solution is in our thinking. Didn't I already talk about this? Am I reading the same paragraph over? I'm not arguing against your belief smart. I'm not fighting the old system. I'm not even particularly interested in dismantling religion. That would be like arguing with a shadow on the wall. I'm already living in the new one. Well, that's like the most culty thing of all, Roy. Like, you're being a little bit of a hypocrite. You don't realize it, because that's exactly what a cult leader does. They just erase everybody else and then dominate with their oppressive regime. And they don't know how to justify it. So they just erase everything that might have legitimacy to it. And then they justify and say, no, it has absolutely zero legitimacy, which is what Hegel says is the biggest flaw. Because there's always a little bit of a kernel of truth, usually, if it's a universal. So that's not hostility towards faith, that's freedom from the need for it. No, it's not, it's running away from it. Because, like, let's say you're running away from a whale. Maybe not a good example. You can run, and you'll never, like, maybe not a whale, but like, I don't know, what can I say? Like a tank, floating tank. And you're running from this floating tank, and it'll chase you on the land, it'll chase you on the water. And even if it parks and stops, there's a GPS marker on you, let's say, and it'll just wait till you run to the other side of the universe, and then it'll just drive towards you. It's always conditioning you. The direction that you're going is always influenced by where the tank is, because you don't want to confront the tank. If you truly want to confront the tank and overcome the conditionality, right, then the only way out is through. You have to go into the tank. And that's how it's done. So as long as you're avoiding religion in that way, if religion is the tank shooting at you, it's going to take a pole that you can never approach. So you always have to like run away from it. Instead of walk right up to it and look at it and read it and be like, okay, look, here's the stuff that I think is true, here's the stuff that I think is false. And you're going to say, well, it's always false. Well, it's endured for thousands of years, Roy, and that's a sign that it's not all false. Totally false things dissolve quickly or within an epoch. These things are enduring over thousands of years. These things are enduring over thousands of years. Okay. With or without religion, good people can behave well and bad people can do evil. But for good people to do evil, that takes religion. No, it doesn't. Look at science. This is just childish stuff, Roy. Like you need to understand more. But for good people to do evil, that takes religion. Well, if we do take science as a religion, I guess that's technically true in the demarcation problem of science, which is actually true. So science does make good people do bad things. And there's lots of examples, Roy. Did you know a lot of the smartest valedictorians from high schools in World War I and World War II were used to make bombs to kill a bunch of people? And then they justified it by making the other people dehumanized and that they deserve to die. So there's a good example right there of science making good people do evil things. But science is just a faith anyway, so I guess technically it's a religion. So I guess technically the saying is true. If you have concrete thinking and wisdom and know the true nature of reality. But you're operating in the exact same abstract mode as the people you hate. And that's why you're not going to be able to love them enough to transcend them. You're just avoiding them. And you're making it look like transcendence. So, I mean, I think what we have to do is play the words of wisdom. Because your mind is very deep, Roy, compared to other people. So it's actually powerful enough to do the words of wisdom and follow it. And so I think we should do like a 3-hour session or something. Or 1 hour, whatever you're capable of doing. And I think it's just time to start teaching the real paradigm, right? The real universal logic. And showing how, if you want to be a true scientist, you have to do it in a way that, first of all, defines science in a self-consistent but paradoxical way, in an absolute, truly absolute way. And isn't just a faith, and isn't just an assertion, and isn't just contiguity. And there's a way to do that. And the way to do it is absolutely skeptical. It's actually perfect skepticism. So you can't get any more Occam's razor. You mentioned Occam's razor before. This is perfect Occam's razor, and it's called the proof of truth. There's actually no other way to do it better. Because to do anything more or different from what is done in that proof means you're making an assertion that it does not make. Because it makes no assertions. It operates by a pure abstract. It just works by negativity. Canceling. So if you do anything else, even a single move that is not just pure negation, you've already made an assertion and turned the proof into a faith. There's zero assertions in the proof of truth. None. At all. So it's the first true it's the first true absolutely scientific proof of truth. And I'm not even calling it proof of God. We're just saying, is there a truth? We're not even going to assert that there is a truth. We don't know. Right? We're not even going to assert it. We're just going to put a question and start canceling everything that could be false. And that turns out to be everything. Like everything we think we know, and you got to flip over the mirror, right? So I think at this point I've heard enough that you need to go to school and take actual science of religion courses, right? Or find them online. I've studied it, and you're not saying anything novel or new. These are just typical hypocrisies that have persisted for, well, since Frege, basically, after Hegel, after modernity ended in 1831. And then Boole came and made an even more mechanical mistake, and then Whitehead, and then Bertrand Russell. Bertrand Russell was so smart, he actually hit on the speculative nature of the problem of mapping it out in the dead way. He came to Frege and said, you have a huge treatise that mathematically maps out grammar, but just letting you know, the set of all sets, which contains itself, is a paradox that breaks your system. And it drove Frege crazy. Because there's no way out. Because these are inner contradictions. You can't get out of them. It's like yin and yang. You can't get out of it. So what they were hitting upon was what Hegel mastered. They just glazed the top. They just hand waved it off. But it deeply affected Frege for the rest of his life. And Frege, Gottlieb Frege, is like the next big logician after Hegel and Boole. I'm saying time is or something. Begriffsgrip is his like main thing. So you got to go look at all that stuff. And I give a presentation at Calgary if you're interested. I think it's sent to you already. But I think that might be a good primer. But what we ultimately have to do is get into the meeting with the timers and do the words of wisdom. And we're actually building it into all the spreadsheets, all the Google. We're building it into the software, like into the fairworldspirit.com. So you don't have to go anywhere else. It's all right there on one page. And you just click words of wisdom and it pops up and it's all there. And your words are there and your style is there and everything is there. And you can shrink it again and go back to other parts of the meeting and donate it. And it's all coming together. But yeah, you're talking to the master of science. I'm the actual true scientist on Earth right now. So it's going to be very hard to try and win an argument against me if you haven't really done your homework. And I've studied these things from many different angles, including religion. I'm also the master of religion, right? All 5 of them. Once you know universal logic, you can define all of them. And other people can't even start it. And you can define all of them in the alphabet of science, which is the same as the alphabet of God, which is the same as the alphabet of art, which is the same as the alphabet of philosophy. Like it's all the same with different symbols. If you see the true nature of things and then judge by them, that's wisdom. So I'm pretty excited because you are at least saying things that are, you know, like coherent. Like it is kind of foolish the way they interpret Genesis, but we know that already. We know those parables were either not literal or symbolic in some other way. You know, and then you can endlessly debate that, but it's the wrong debate. The real debate is where's the universal logic in it? And it's a new Bible study. It's a new Quran study. It's a new Chipitaka study. It's a new Hindu study, Veda study. And we're going to do all of them. And it's going to be kind of fun and exciting because once you know the pattern and you can use your tribe and your words of wisdom, it's a really interesting process that you can continue on your own. And then come back and then help us run God's government and start teaching children in schools, a massive paradigm shift. So that's what the real anti-cult training is people have to be able to define their terms. And you end up in this infinite regress and Munchausen trilemma problem that only the proof of truth can escape. And it's not even really escaping, it's going so far into it and carrying it to its like furthest conclusion that its inner contradiction pops out of itself and it cancels itself into the absolute proof of truth. So nothing else in the world does that, and nothing else can do it. And you can challenge that, but first of all, you got to do the proof of truth and the words of wisdom. So I propose that we stop doing this version of back and forth because it's been done before and it doesn't go anywhere. Like there's just too many passages. So I think cutting to the heart of the chase, saying, okay, well, what is science then? What is the definition? Where do you place it in the word? The horizontal and vertical ordering define these words. And we just need to do that, right? So let's get back into, like, whenever you're at work or even off work, we'll just get onto the website. And if I have the words of wisdom up and running, we'll just do it inside the website. If not, we'll just use your Google Sheet. And we'll just, like, place as many words as we can. And very interesting stories will come out. You'll be saying the same thing you're saying here, kind of, but in a much more simple, structured way that it'll reveal the inner contradictions of your own definitions. And we just got to do enough words until the words you start to see those contradictions. But it's like, damn, what is science actually? Yeah, you're right. And then what is logic? So like, what the heck how are they even connected? Isn't science logic and isn't logic science? But if they're the same thing, why is there 2 different words? Like, you're gonna get into those circular debates, and that's just the Munchausen trilemma. There's 3 things that they said was the ultimate problem of epistemology, and it's also the ultimate problem of ontology, technically too. But either whenever you try and chase down truth of what we can know, like actual truth, and get to objectivity, you always end up in 3 states that are not true. One is an infinite regress, where you try to use a word to define a word to define a word, and you end up in a plethora of words. None of them is fully defined because they all depend on each other. And that's what drove Wittgenstein's crazy. But Wittgenstein called that relative language games. He couldn't get out of it. You couldn't get into the objective language game because you need to do the proof of truth to get there. It's a true ego death. Okay, so, and I got an AI to that point. It just couldn't do it because it didn't have a context window that was continuous, like our consciousness. Then, after that, the Munchausen's trauma has circularity. So you just keep going around in circles. There's infinite regress as number one, and now you just keep going in circles, and it feels like you're going nowhere. Or you're getting into tautologies, where it's like you're saying the same thing with different words, but it has no progress. And then if those first two don't get you, the third one is dogma. You just make assertions. You get frustrated, and you say, it is that way because it is. It's so simple, it doesn't need to be proved. And Descartes did the same thing with the cogito ergo sum. It's not the true foundation. Okay, there's a master class in the philosophy of science and of religion, but I'm really excited. I think we should do words. I think what we've seen here is we need to do some words of wisdom and just start being the change we need to see in the world, the real one. And I like that you'd like to do that. You know that that's the way to choose them. That's the best way to do it. So why don't we get into the software a bit and start doing that? And once I get like the website done, you can always log in on your own, open it up once it's there, and then you start working on it there, and we can review it later. Then you can drop a couple of questions to say, well, how would you position this? Because you'll start to get curious, right? Instead of becoming dominating and cathartic and all this, you'll actually be curious and be like, I really wonder how Joe would place that, or I really wonder how Marlena would place that, or I really wonder how my wife would place that, my kids would place this. And you'll find yourself getting curious because you know, once you play the game enough, the words of wisdom enough, you know that there's always a story behind controversial words. And it really teaches you quickly people's cognitive biases. So that's where we need to get to. That's actually where the anti-culturing gets very clear, is you start to see where is people's actual influences subconsciously. And then you start to getting somewhere. And when they do it themselves, it opens their minds because it's without psychedelics or anything, because it's like, there's a paradox here that they're going to be realizing there's something that's not self-consistent even in themselves. And we call that cognitive dissonance and fragmented consciousness, right? But I'm glad you're taking the issue seriously. So, yeah, the proof of truth is the ultimate simplicity. Not because some scripture told you. And here's what shifts when you let that simplicity in. The present moment becomes everything, not because some scripture told you to be mindful, but because when you stop rehearsing the afterlife, this life right now, it's the only arena that matters. No, it's not. That's naive, Roy. You know what I mean? It's an aphorism. It's like the power of now, right? Like Eckhart Tolle. No, you need to be comprehensive. There's a reason why there's a past, present, and future. You need all three of them to live properly. If you're just in the present, you can't get anything done because you need to think about the future goals you have, and not in a restricted way, but in a fluid way. And then you adapt. You hold the goal rigidly as best as you can, and then you adapt to changing circumstances. And there's a past for a reason too, because there's a lot of things in your mind that you're not aware of are there. And you might need to do some self-analysis on how did these things get embedded in you. It's useful to analyze the past. It might not be useful to dwell in the past if you're not making progress. But it's very useful if you're introspective and are trying to understand yourself in the present and how you got here. Because you didn't just appear here. There's a continuousness of yous happening in discrete slices of not yous, or not use anymore. There's an inner thread of being that brings you together. So that's something that needs to be considered. So whenever you try and abstract away one of the moments of eternity of a notion, you're breaking the nature of reality, how truth works, how God works. But if you don't want to use that word, it doesn't matter to me. It's all the same meaning once you get it. And then once you realize that, you feel safe using any of them because you know their limits. So, yeah, and the proof of truth says, we're all the same in one certain way. But, we're also diverse. If you try to make people all the same in every way, then you become an oppressor, right? It has to have the moments of diversity and homogeneity, and then both worlds together simultaneously, which is the many in one. And all that stuff is done right when you have wisdom. So yeah, let's play the game. Let's schedule a time to do it. When should we do it? You can set dates now in the meetings. Like when we set it, when you see a time, I actually go to the website and I actually set the clocks, like the meeting to a certain start time, like, and then a certain end time, and then it'll wait until that goes and we jump in, and it just automatically starts the clock. And if you're not present, you get 0 points. It does all that stuff automatically. If I vote for you, and I'm really, really super excited. And I'm happy you care about these things, Roy. But let me know if that affects you, what I've said to you today. And yeah, let me know the time, and we'll try and get in there. Hopefully my Cloud Mythos recording is done by then. Okay. They just extended it for another 4 days. It was just perfect. And they reset it for some reason. So I get another, I was supposed to end yesterday, but here I am still grinding away. So let me go, and I hope this makes sense. I hope you realize this is a master class. Right? There's no one else in the world that can go toe to toe on what science is and its essence and its purpose and its function than me. And I can prove it. Send me anybody. Send me Sam Harris. Send me the smartest guy you got. Send me your best friend. Send me anybody. Send your priest. Send your atheist friends. Send the PhD students. Send the master's students. Send me anybody. And I will quickly overwhelm them. And then, we can get in touch with the Pope's senior AI consultant too. We need to do tons of stuff. And I love it. Find somebody, Roy. Find the best. And watch how we debate and see what happens. Because I've absolutely proven it. Scientifically, that science itself is scientific. Logic itself is logical, and they're connected, absolutely, absolute necessity. So, and that's a proof. Okay, all those words make sense to me. And when we talk with other people, it's very quickly clear that they end up in the Munchausen's trilemma when they try. There's only one way to escape that. And that's why it's going to be famous when people read these papers. We get them to actual journals, which I would love for you to help do, but you have to understand it yourself first, and we're getting there. So we'll do some words of wisdom. We'll stay on the proof of truth, and we'll stick to like the universal logic's interpretation of the Bible, the harder thing to do instead of just these superficial, literal, making fun of old cultures, basically. Like, that's child's play. Okay, stay blessed. And bring your friends. Okay, thanks, Roy. I actually really enjoy these. Okay, peace.
What's the etymology of the word genocide? Okay, well, this genocidal video, I just saw this here or something. Oh, okay. And it's another good example of dialectics because what's the guy doing in his video, right? Dualism struck him. He's trying to be abstractly non-dualistic, and it's putting him into opposition with something he doesn't want to be. So in his thinking, he's saying one thing, but in his being, he's being the opposite. And what I mean by that is that he's accusing Christianity as being inherently genocidal, when Jesus himself didn't go around and kill anybody, really. But he did make claims to say, here's why my way's better. And that's called justification and argumentation. And he didn't go and dominate a whole bunch of people. He said that those who live by the sword die by the sword. And, when you have to defend yourself, you defend yourself, but speak the truth. And the truth will set you free. All that kind of stuff was mostly aimed on violence. But now look what the guy is doing, right? Is he destroying the tribe and cutting it down? He apologizes for nothing. Has absolute certainty. He's being the thing he's just trying to destroy. Right? He's embodying cultural genocide just like he's accusing Christianity. He's become the thing he hates. He's trying to genocide the Christians. Right? It's weird, it's backwards, but it happens all the time when people don't understand universal logic. So all I have to do is listen carefully and see the patterns. Like anyone who's acting out of hate and anger is probably becoming the thing they're resisting. So instead of us creating the same problem, we just say, hey, look, the guy's got a point, but his point has to go deeper, is that not all interactions of culture are genocidal if you're changing somebody. We've evolved. Evolution is not genocide. Evolution is reason becoming material. That there is actually good reasons that some cultures are better than others because we believe in objectivity. And you yourself, Roy, do this cultural engagement. And it's called science. And you think science is much better than all these religious cultures of thousands and thousands of years. And you believe you can tell the Christians what to go and do. So, you're the colonists. You are the person that's creating cultural genocide. And if we want to be staunch about it, we'll just say we apologize for nothing and calling you out. So we can make absolute claims, but the reality is it's just the reason. Right? There's good reason to say you're being hypocrites. And it's not a good culture to be in. The good culture to be in, the best culture to be in, is the dialectical one that points out the true nature of reality, which is dialectical and speculative. And we can study that. And we can do it with the words of wisdom. And we can do it with cultural analysis. Look at the history of the past. Like, I've done all that stuff. You can look at democracy and how democracies evolved, how science itself evolved historically in contingency. I did all that stuff. That's why I know. That's why I'm like, dang, this is not good enough. I need to get deeper. And Hegel goes deep enough. And he's the only one that answers all these questions with reason. And not rhetoric, not avoidance, not hypocrisy, not paradox, but inner contradiction moving in the form of the notion and connecting those notions of truth and pure wisdom to each other through syllogisms to form objects of objective truth. That's it. That's the clearest way to say that. So this guy, PhD or whatever, it's nothing compared to the universal logic. It's child's play. He's making the same mistake as everybody else. And it's that he's not really integrating. And I'm integrating what he's saying, not just abstractly negating him. I'm saying, hey, look what you're doing is right. But there's a little bit of a trick going on here. And it's because he's not being fully reasonable. He's being reasonable. Like, he has reason. It's just that reason needs to go deeper. And same with the indigenous. And same with the Christians. All of them need to go deeper. And even us, we're going to go deeper too. So that's what I want to invite you to. And we need to stop being this hypocritical fragment of consciousness, which is really the heart of the Megacrisis and the meta-crisis. The crisis of culture, the crisis of values and language and ways of doing things. That's it. That's what a culture is. So, and we literally pick tribes to demonstrate this, but the tribes we pick are supersensuous ones. The tribes of pure reason, which is, how do you position the three words of what the spirit, nature, logic, nature, spirit, nature, spirit, logic, like, and when you're in your tribe and we're playing the words of wisdom, it creates it like a sport. It's like you have a team of people say, no, our reason is better. Nature, logic, spirit is the best way, most reasonable way to move forward. It's the best culture that we should all be in. And we all embrace that cultures are allowed to change. They're allowed to evolve. But the way that they evolve needs to be respectful and wise. But there are elements in universals that are true, real principles, and there's elements in universals that are mixed up and fragmented, which can be corrected to deepen the wisdom as we're changing. That's what science has to do. When the facts change, you change your mind. What else are you supposed to do, right? So look at how quickly I analyze that. We need to move that quickly. And I'm being firm, but I'm also being gentle, right? And I'm saying, this is where his limit is. And it's kind of funny, right? But it's kind of beautiful what he's trying to do. He's trying to protect people. It's just that he's knocking down other people to do it in the way that he's accusing them of doing to others. So it's like, we gotta stop that. It's called hypocrisy. Okay. Let me know what you think of that. And hopefully it's enlightening to you, because this really is master classes in all these different topics, but it's really just one logic when you study it the right way. And it's incredible, Roy. It really makes the world makes sense on any topic. So that's why once you learn the paradigm shift, it works everywhere on every single interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary topic you can imagine, or even native domain, cellular, anything. And that's where the real anti-culturing is, because imagine this guy being a leader, he's going to turn into a cult leader, right? And it happens by accident. It happens to good people. And that's how good people and smart people find themselves in cults, and even creating them and be like, what the heck happened? It's because the nature of the fabric of reality wasn't understood in its true form, which is wisdom, and their judgments got mixed up. They know not what they use. They do evil, analysis of evil, and we can solve that. And that's the direction of real anti-culturing, concrete anti-culturing that I want to bring you in and get out of this immature form of it, which doesn't go anywhere. It'll take forever. And then, it basically sets up its own cult in hypocritical form. That's very tricky to challenge unless you're a dialectician or understand universal logic and have genuine wisdom. But this is the right sort of way for us to find out. And we're going to measure. And that's what we're doing now. Okay. Hopefully that helps. And of course, critique back, right? What am I missing? Right. Peace. Making some soup. I'm making some soup. I made some soup for you. If you were close by to me. But you're not. So I'm gonna hoard all the soup to myself. Because it is good. A good thing to do. Okay. We're punching up the taste. And the chips. Ouch. Okay. Right. Oh, good. Wow. That was really shockingly bad. Okay, that is really weird that just happened. Both knives that I was using jumped into the bowl. It was a little off balance. So, oh well. I'm sorry, but I'm starting to mess up a little bit here. I am not getting my proper sleep in. That's okay for a couple of nights. Sorry, I need to get like more of everything. Everything is running low. Oh, okay. Awesome. So, those are going. Sesame seeds in there. A little bit of barbecue sauce. Ooh. Great, because we are out of soy sauce. We're gonna put in some bread, maybe. Put in a little bit of miso. Get some of that umami taste. Great. Okay. Now, as that is boiling, I'm gonna throw our noodles in there with all of our like rotting bean sprout thing. We're gonna throw in a little bit of our olive oil. And we're gonna throw in a tiny little bit of vinegar. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be so bad. That's gonna be really, really good. Okay. All that good stuff in there. So let's put it in the bada bing, bada bing. And we're gonna throw in our wonderful mung beans. Kind of somewhat rotting. So we'll put them all in. And we have no more have no more like other vegetables really. This one has to do. We put a little bit of sugar in here actually. So put horchata and a little bit of, I think, syrup. I think we got her. That looks spectacular there. Alright, what else can I put in? The bean sprouts are not pretty good. So bean sprouts, noodles, nori. Oh. Okay, again, it stopped burning. Dinner Light commented on your photo. What did he say to Dinner Light? Very, very, very mild, but it adds a little bit of heat to the roast. As you can see, it's just wonderful. The consistency. It's just chewy. It's the right texture. It's heavy. It's heavy. It's got like everything you need. It's like everything that catches it. It's flavorful enough to a bit creamy. Oh. I put in a little bit of barbecue sauce in there too. With vinegar and a little bit of apple cider vinegar. Rice. It's delicious. can't put them in that. So let's take this chunk here. It's so chewy. It's just me. You guys, I'm impressed with this. Check this out. This is vermicelli. I eat a burrito. Sourdough bread with some chopped cabbage, a little bit of peanut butter, some sesame, roasted sesame oil, some soy sauce, natural, fermented, a touch of not a touch, but clove of garlic, and myself. Oh god, this thing is just drying up fast. Okay, let's take a little sip down here. We're gonna drink our special juice stuff. Here, where is it? Here we go. So let's get some water. And have ourselves a drink. Sorry, that full. Alright, we're going to transfer to our bowl now. Just a little more flavor. And now. peanut butter, and some extra sauce if needed. Use the bathroom for a moment, so undistracted, full tilt deliciousness. It's already almost noon. I can't even believe it. Oh, I can't believe it, man. Like, I'm breaking everything. There was a Tabasco sauce jar. Like, look at this is hanging out of my door, and I busted the top off. Well, should we put some tobacco sauce in here? Maybe that's what we're missing. Or am I going to get me glass in my food? Is the question. Doesn't look like he broke it, actually. Okay. I think we're safe to go. Yeah. He didn't break it. So let's put in a little bit of jits, a little bit of heat, and we'll stir that around. That it's kind of semi hotness in there, and I don't know. This stuff is probably spoiled too. I'm probably getting so much probiotics by spoiled food because when you go 2 months without eating anything, like I pickled some of my cabbage and carrots and all that, but the sauces and everything else, they don't have preservatives in them. They rot. This is natural part of life. Okay, we're gonna clean out the pan, and we're gonna use our washroom for a second. Okay. Here we got her. It's getting all gross. Knives and okay, so today's date is what? Not the 11th, 411th day, but okay, let's have this. Let's go. No forks. Is this a fork? Indeed, it is. Now let's see how we did with this batch. That's good. Could use a little bit more. Mm. Mm. That bread is definitely going sour. Sourdough. Probiotics. All right. Mm-hmm. That sauce is way better. Oops. Mm. Mm. That is good, but we need to balance. Mm. Mm. I wonder if all these bowls are like the same looking. Maybe I took a picture. About 4% battery. No, man. So delish. Yeah, we're going to try and put it in meal 20. Trying to eat as much as I can. And these room facility dishes are just amazing. Okay. Hmm. Two pieces on the bread. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. You're on 412. Okay. I was right. We have to reset this.
2 months ago, I fermented these whole cabbage. This is the dish I made. It's called sarma. Ukrainians call it full galam. Romanians are mom. Some use fresh cabbage, but the ones who know use fermented. That sour, tangy leaf is the difference that makes the difference. I pull the leaves off the heads I fermented. Then it's the filling, the rolling, the layering. Low and slow in the oven for hours until the whole house smells good. Now here's the part people get wrong. They think cooking fermented food ruins, that the heat kills everything good. It kills the life culture, yes, but it doesn't undo the fermentation. Those 2 months already broke the cabbage down and built compounds that survive the heat. Scientists call them postbiotics. The dead bacteria and their byproducts still cause inflammation, still feed the good bacteria you already have, and still support your gut line. So the live cultures are gone, but the benefit is hours later, this is what you pull out. 2 months ago, I fermented these whole cabbage. This is the dish I made them. It's called sarma. Ukrainians call it
Mm-hmm.
galamki. Romanians are some use fresh cabbage, but the ones who know use fermented. That sour taste is the difference that makes the difference. I pull the leaves off the heads I fermented. Then it's the filling, the rolling, the layering. Low and slow in the oven for hours until the whole house smells fermented. Now here's the part people get wrong. They think cooking fermented food ruins, that the heat kills everything good. It kills the life cultures, yes, but it doesn't. That's it.
Mm, 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 mm. That's good. Wow. Mm. Mm. That's good. I have nothing left to make but homemade bread. I should get some raisin bit. Oh, I do have another loaf app, actually. Do I want to save it? Oh, gosh. I saved my bread for breakfast, but we'll have this stuff now. Because if I think I wait much longer, it's going to rot anyway. And it's probably already like spoiled bread, technically, because I got it on sale. Anytime you get anything on sale, you're not getting a deal. You're buying the garbage that's left. Doesn't be not spoiled enough to kill you, but too spoiled enough to start a nutrition resistance. Oh, that's okay. Let's do the elk seltzer thing. That's cooking away. I don't want to sit down because I'm just gonna have to get back up.
Okay, let's get this going. Ah. Oh.
Check this out. I'm gonna drink my fancy tablets. Just fizzing. Oh. There should be a little bit more peanut butter in there, but. Oh. Mm. Ugh. Oh, I'm sweating. I'm, I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff. This woman's like complimenting my cooking skills tremendously. It's making me feel confident about my cooking. Excuse me. So that's done. Oh. All right. A little bit of toast. Oh boy. Ugh. Ugh. All right. More wheat, more wheat, more wheat. And a little bit of peanut. Okay, let's do this. Top notch for gut health. She's right. It is. All right. Get these guys on here. Sweating like crazy, man. Just talk to this young Hmm. Oh man. This is gonna put me to sleep. The tough thing about bread is it tries you out. Let's put some vitamin B1 in me. Take D3. Put it down. That sourdough is giving me a little bit of probiotic, but let's give us probiotic. Ugh. Okay. Oh yeah. Uh, uh, I am so fried right now. Holy cow. Uh, Mhm. Mm. Ugh. Ugh. Holy cow. Mm. I think that rotten dough is actually causing some problems. Oh, all right. Wow. Oh boy. Oh man, my body's all over the place. I'm sweating, I'm burping, diarrhea, I'm all over the place. I'm gonna try and lay down here. I'm gonna try and do one more feature with quad fable. And then we're gonna holy cry. Crying out loud. I'm ready to think straight. Holy. Not feeling so well. Oh. Ah. Holy cow. Next thing here. Kira John. Who the heck is that? I'm trying to. Just sweating up a storm. Okay. Can't wait to watch this bedding. Have a shower. Maybe I'll even comb my hair. It's all matted. If it gets too much more matted, I won't even be able to put my. What's in the plan? We're pushing hard here.
Oh, so darn good. This is magical. It's the best thing. Feel like forever. I remember free, careless. I believe above the light. Tears to my eyes, my sacrifice. Oh. Sacrifice. I just want to say again. Just want to hear again. Again, I believe I'm free. I guess I believe above on the other line. My sacrifice. I just can't again. Mm. Oh my goodness, lordy, lordy. Yes, praise God. What's up?
Praise the Lord. How are you doing today, brother?
Well, right now I am about to fall asleep, but I didn't go to sleep last night. One of my childhood friends called me. We talked all through the night, so it was kind of nice. Yeah, what about you?
That's so good, brother. These days we have been lost.
Yeah,
Yeah, pastor's phone died.
okay.
Yeah, it is not working. So maybe I called him. Maybe I tried to look for him, but I never got him. But maybe tomorrow morning I'll get him and we talk together and we see what we'll start with.
Sure. Yeah, if you can get it all fixed up and working, then I'd be glad to
Yeah,
talk to him. Yeah, it's
of
unfortunate.
course. So tomorrow I will see exact at 7. I will see in the morning whether I move and I can think and I can see where he stays with me, with Howie, so that I can get him
Okay.
and we speak together. Because Pastor Richard is needed in this program because we are together in Christ and we are working together to build the house of God.
That's wonderful. Okay, well, if you go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
well,
I pray for you with your team, those people who are working together with us, so that we to build the house of God. I pray for them and I pray for you.
well, I appreciate that. Thank you, my good man. And I pray for you guys as well.
Welcome, brother Mark. That's so good. Thank you so much, brother. Love you so much.
Oh, good. Love you too. Thank you so much as well. And
I'm
keep up the
seeing,
good
I'm
work.
seeing, I'm seeing you want rest, brother. Maybe I need you rest. We shall speak in the morning time, brother.
Yeah, let's speak when I've had a little rest and then you guys get things straightened out. And yeah, just
Yeah,
keep me
of course.
posted and I'll be here.
Okay, brother. Have a good night, brother. You're not well, brother.
I hope so. I hope not.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, God bless. Take care. We'll see you soon, okay?
Good night. And,
Okay, see you. Stay blessed.
goodbye, brother.
Okay. All right. So at least they're checking in with me. That's kind of nice. Holy smokes. I feel like I need to go to sleep. Holy crap. Holy. Holy crap. I am feeling it. Oh. Wow, this is good. Love it. Hmm. Oh yeah, come on. Ugh. Can't find this thing. Falling asleep here. I just take too long to do this. Let's finish this. I just want to get this one thing done. It's almost too much, man. Oh, cow. But it should pass. It did. Didn't it? I'm not pretty good. This is awesome. I feel like I'm getting hungry again. Love it. It's incredible. I'm getting hungry again. Roy, sometimes I feel like you're doing that, right? Like it feels like you're not really understanding the depth of the points that I'm making, because it's really tricky. You're becoming the thing that you don't like, right? Like this is not. These ideas are being grappled with by the best in the world. And for example, I heard you. You said we don't need religion at all. You're creating the new world. We don't need religion at all. That means you're destroying it. You're getting rid of it. Or you're neglecting it to the point of destruction. You're not sustaining it at all. And then you called it a shadow. Right? So it doesn't even exist. It's already destroyed. It's not a real thing. It's an absence to you. So if that's not destructive language, then what is destructive language? You've nullified the existence, the affirmative existence of this thing, which is the beingness of it. You erase the ontology of it. Okay, so that's what those words mean that you're using. That's how you can tell what your real intention is. You don't have to say that it's vengeful or it's revenge or something. It's in your diction. It's in the way you're speaking. It's in the burst of energy and the wide-eyedness and the pushing and the totality of it. It's like we don't need it at all. And if you even talk about it a little bit, by association, you are it, and I can't be around you anymore. And it's like abandonment claims. Like this is extreme language, Roy. So you are saying these things. This is extreme. You never said that science is infallible. My point is not that science is not infallible. It's much more fundamental than that, which is that a faith is something that by definition has doubt in it. Okay? Faith in religion means that even though you're not certain of God and you can doubt God's existence, you choose to believe. Is there a parallel in science? And the reality is, yes, there is, and it's called the demarcation problem of science. A demarcation point is a boundary that separates something from something else. It's a clear limit that defines something. So with science, its claim is that it is not a faith because it doesn't doubt itself. It looks for objective answers. And that objectivity is a certainty because it doesn't require subjectivity. Whereas faith, traditionally in religion, does. So when you are doing an experiment on, like the Millikan experiment, weighing the electron, you're not having faith that the electron is 3.3 electron volts of weight. You have data. And data is not faith. It is a certainty that you actually went and measured it with precision. And even though you can have error bars, right? It's not the same as the faith in God, where there's like, we don't know how wide the error bars are. So that parallel is a really powerful one. And a lot of people don't see it because they don't understand what science even is, or what religion is, or what certainty is, or doubt is, or faith is. They don't know what these words mean in their essence, right? So it's that people are unclear on what they identify with. And if you were clear on it, you would realize it's all the same thing in different forms. They're all necessary stages. And that's not me looking at it through my lens. That's me looking at what the current state of the art is there in the philosophy of science. That's an actual study in philosophy. I'm not just calling that colloquially. It's literally called philosophy of science, and you can take it as a course or as a master's or something like this. Thomas Kuhn got famous just off of this section of philosophy. So it's a legitimate place of study. There are some people who haven't deconstructed cult-like thinking when talking about science. But science is not a cult. So when does it turn into a cult? It's when it becomes unreasonable, right? and you cut off other people, and you start to gaslight people, or you start to use biasing and all this stuff, priming and all these types of things. And when we saw this other guy turn into the thing he hated, which is cultural genocide, we just saw him do it in real time. That he was creating a death cult about cultural genocide. So he was being the thing he was saying he wasn't being. And that's the exact kind of unreasonable hypocrisy that leads smart and intelligent people into cults. It's not a culture, because he himself is not being metacognitive enough to understand that he's been twisted into his opposite, his infinite consciousness. But he's not realizing that his cult is destroying Christians, which is a cultural genocide. And you're not allowed to question that. And if you do question that, he might try and silence you. I'd be interested to see what his answer is, what I just said. So the stuff that I'm saying is very well grounded and rooted. So you're saying religion is man method of controlling people. No, actually, in the beginning, it's just a part of human nature to have a higher telos once your basic needs are met. So what anthropology actually shows is that people were drawing their gods on caves. And they weren't doing it to control each other. They were doing it to find out who they were. They were expressing themselves. We call it self-externalizing as the dialectical process of discovering who you are with destiny and deeper levels of that. So that's what anthropology shows. And that's innately what it's all about. When it was institutionalized, was it used to control people with Rome? Yes, probably. But that doesn't mean it's the essence of religion. It means it's a distortion of religion. So if you want to talk about the distortion of religion, we can also talk about the distortion of science. Because science can be used to destroy a lot of things. And it can be used to do a lot of damage. Just like Christianity, science can be just as useful in manipulating and controlling people. We can use science and AI to have the strongest surveillance system ever. Like 100 times stronger than humans. In religious, like scholastic Rome, you know. So you're in a bubble, man. You're seeing what you want to see with rose-colored glasses because you don't understand the phenomena that you're talking about deep enough. It's literally all universal logic, except in these different forms and content, which I've already explained to you like 5 times, between the sensuous and the supersensuous, and what the real essence and differences are, which no one ever explains like this. They would rather go to the convenient ones of religion as a controlling mechanism. It's easy to do that. But people weaponize science in exactly the same way to control people. So we gotta be fair to all sides. There's limits to all of them. The only genuine infinite is universal logic itself. That's when it's free to be recognized in all the different forms. And it helps you know when they're in their limit and they're out of their limit. When they're in their limit, they're beautiful. Like religion's beautiful when it's in its limit. But when it tries to get outside of it unnaturally and it tries to be something else, like science, for example, that's where it can start to get ugly. But same with science. Science can get ugly when it reaches godlike level technology, which it is now. So it's returning back to religion. And that's how they're trying to get all these prophets and stuff and to go and like code it. So you're saying, I can't believe you are arguing for the limitations of religion by saying that science is not unshakable. No, I'm saying that you're not clear enough on the concept of what science is in its essence. So you're saying religion is fundamentally about control. Well, no, it's not. That's just called the control mechanism. You can have that without religion. You can set up Auschwitz and you can just have a concentration camp that has nothing to do with religion. In that case, it did. The Jews, right? And the Germans. It could be for nationalism, Guantanamo Bay. It could be, there's like tons of reasons. Of course, humans haven't figured everything out yet using science. No, you're misunderstanding. Like, we can apply science as an instrumental tool and say, here's the scientific method, it's a hypothesis, and here's step 1, you test it, and there's objective and all of this. That's the instrumental view. But the problem with science is that when you apply science to itself, when you apply science to study itself, That's the trouble. That's the problem. When you use science to try and explore religion or art or philosophy, it's the same problem as well. Is that it's hard to know the limits. Like, what is fundamentally the difference between philosophy and science, for example? Hegel has a great answer that very few people actually talk about, and it's clear. Okay, so I'm not just thinking in my bubble. I'm pointing out the state of the art on where people are. Actually, it's beyond the state of the art. And I'm saying I don't think you're thinking deeply enough about this, because you just spoke about science as an instrument, which is not what I'm doing. I'm doing something more complicated. I'm applying science to itself. It's studying itself. It's a metacognition, a meta reflection. And that's why it becomes, is science scientific? And you get into this bad infant, you get into this paradox of you're using the criterion to measure the criterion. And that's always relative. It's always subjective to itself. So that's a contradiction of what science is supposed to be. And it has science helped in some ways? Yeah, but so it's the same with religion. Religion made life way less brutal back in the day. We think that it was more brutal through religion. It wasn't. When you invited in these cultural elements, it actually brought people together. And it actually stopped a lot of random contingencies where people were having sex with their wives. Like, we didn't know whose kids was who was responsible for what, and there's stealing, and there's a whole bunch of stuff happening. And yeah, that's the reality that we're in. So no, it was actually not science has clearly helped us realize every human is a human and deserves dignity and respect. That moment came with Jesus Christ, with religion. Because how it's framed in history is there's individual freedom, or there's we'll say individual freedom, particular freedom, and universal freedom, the notion. So individual freedom meant that just the king was free, and everybody else, including the aristocracy and the nobles, all the rest were just peons. That's called one individual freedom. And then the next level of freedom is particular freedom. And that came with Athens, Greece, when they had the first democracy, the early ones. But it wasn't real democracy. It was just for Athenians, not the slaves that were keeping the Athenian economy going. So in Athens, you had the king, or the ruler, and a particular group of the citizenship and the aristocracy coming into, I guess they would be considered the early aristocracy. But they got to go to heaven too. They got freedom too. They had status too. And then Jesus came, and Jesus was the one that said no in Rome. He said no. It doesn't matter where you're born, who you are, what you look like, male, female, rich, poor. It doesn't matter anything. You are in the image of God, and you are sacred and deserve to be free. And that's what he said. That's why he hung out with the slaves and the women and the prostitute he saved and everybody. So that's where it came from. Science didn't come till way later and started to formalize those Christian principles into laws, rule of law, all those types of things. Nations didn't even exist yet until 1600 or something like that. So I studied it, and if I need to go find the exact dates, I can go and do that. So it's like we got hospitals because of Christianity, for example. With Islam, we got a lot of sunnahs and hadith on living healthily and meditating and fasting. No, religions didn't actually ignore those principles, and they kind of do now, but we all do now. That's why wealth concentration is accelerating like crazy. Even you're not risking your life for those people. It's like a hollow thing. It's a bystander effect. You'd rather pay up your house than go out there and live and risk your life for them. Science is obviously not infallible in that. No. Vision is inherently bad. Has to have a different, complete solution, all ready to go. I'm shocked that you would say that it is embarrassing for science to have contradictions. Well, what I'm trying to say is that when somebody goes and makes fun of the Bible, for example, and they point out all these contradictions and it's going around in circles, they're making fun of it. So we're saying, well, you can do the same thing with science. So, what do you mean I thought it was fun? I'm making very high level comments, right? I don't think you're understanding the true depth of the conversation. Okay, let's see. You're saying, I can know that religion is myth and not have a complete understanding of a better solution. Now, what I'm saying is that you're discounting a lot of what religion has already done, right? So you have to acknowledge that the historical roots of religion were not for control. They were anthropological, starting in the mode of art to discover who we were, a deeper mode. So right there, you don't understand the myth, even if it is a myth. Your fundamentals are off. Even though they might be more correct in a distorted version because of Rome, it didn't destroy the movement. So I'm saying, and that distortion happens in art, religion, art, philosophy, and science. So, yeah, I just think the fundamentals are wrong. And being clear on where limits are, what it is. What you have done here by saying these things, I'm the better scientist than you, Roy, because I can actually define the phenomena and answer the question, is science itself scientific? Is logic itself logical? Is science logic? Is logic science? What are these things, Roy? Yes, like, answer them, and we'll see where your knowledge is. Seriously, Mark, I'm just halfway through the first voice message, and I can't bring myself to listen to the next 25 minutes of the main voice message. Why, Roy? Why? All I'm saying is, okay, if you understand these phenomena very well, like we said in the beginning part of anti-cult training, a cult leader will not define their terms clearly because they don't want to be transparent so that people can hold them accountable to their definitions, so that they can be ambiguous and change the goalposts so that they're always shifting and gaslighting you. So you're embodying cult traits right now, and I'm calling you out. Because if you're going to judge these terms in such a certain manner with such confidence, then you have to justify them with good reasoning. And if you don't even know what the definitions of the terms are, it means you don't know the limits. And if you don't want to do it, it means you don't care about those limits. And that's the source of cultism. You're creating a culture that is not critical of its own examination of concepts. And that's a very scary place to be. That's the beginning of an actual real cult. Because how do we actually debate with you? How do we hold you responsible? How do we hold you accountable and transparent? How do we make it so that we can test whether or not you understand what you're saying subjectively or objectively? This is where we're getting down to what science really is. And the reality is, I'm allowed to make a claim. And my claim is that I think I've studied this more than you, Roy, and I can define these terms, and I can point out their limits, and I can provide justifications, and I can be transparent, accountable, and responsible, and give you scaffolding and ways to attack me and try and clarify me and do a whole bunch of things that are positive and healthy and good, rational cultures of empowering dialogue where questioning and challenging and making claims is allowed. And you don't have to oppress anybody. And you can make confident claims, but you just have to make them backed up. And if you trigger somebody's ego easily, then it means that they're after power, they're not after clarity, because this is the process to clarity. And you're allowed to make the claim, but the claim doesn't rest on its own. It's the justification, it's the why, it's the reasoning. And that requires you to know the limits. So, that's it. 19 minutes more of another masterclass in anti-cult training. It's not easy. And you can challenge me. I'm inviting in your challenge. You can say, no, Mark, I think you're wrong. I think that I'm better at understanding science than you because you might have studied it formally, but I have lived it and I have wisdom on it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to question you. Well, how do you know that my formal training and my experience isn't what wisdom is closer to definition criterion of what, in its notion, the truth of anti-cult training and these definitions of the words that are under our power right now and give us power, such as science, religion, limit, definition. These things are the power of the word. And you need to be transparent and accountable so that people can hold you there and check you and see if you know what you're talking about. People that avoid that are just trying to maintain their power without truth. Have you done your homework or not? Let somebody check. A cult leader doesn't let somebody check. They get offended and they take it personally and they divert the whole process. I'm not. You can say, Mark, I don't think you're that good. I think there's better people because of this, that, and the other thing. You say you know the definitions, but you don't actually say what they are. Or when you do say what they are, they're not even really clear. You use this crazy Hegelian language that nobody understands. There's a myriad of reasons that can be a positive way forward. And that's where I think this should go. Okay. But if you're getting triggered, right, that was easy. All we're talking about is anti-cult training and making claims to who is actually more clear on what we're saying in the true nature of these things. And then having a rational dialogue on. So that's what I think is fundamentally different from the way that you're talking about it than I'm talking about it. But I'm definitely not ignoring what you're saying. I'm hitting the substance and engaging directly with what you're saying and introducing new material and thoughtful material to keep the conversation moving in a positive direction so you can become one of the world's best anti-cult leaders and not accidentally pave the path to hell with good intentions by becoming the cult leader. And outbursts like this, where you're shutting down the dialogue, right? And you're doing it by grandstanding. You're doing it by ad hominem attack. Seriously, Mark? That's rhetoric. I'm like, yeah, this is actually very serious. This is a masterclass. And if you don't think it's a masterclass, you can say why. But I'm giving definitions. I'm pointing out transparency. I'm pointing out why reason is the essence of the determiner between cultures and cults. And rational, reasonable people provide justifications and reasons and whys for the definitions of the concepts they're using. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Go ahead, challenge me, and we'll see if we can go somewhere. Okay, peace. Bye. I want something to eat. What time is it? 3 o'clock. Oh, okay. Oh. Damn. Mm. Like, come on. What the heck? Hmm. I'm so I'm getting hungry already. This is incredible. Hmm. Hmm. checking out my ulnar nerve and seeing if there's brain damage with the nerve. I'm doing these exercises every day so that the hospital and the judges know that if this is permanent, I did my diligence in trying to fix it, even though they forced me to come home too early and they didn't write an MRI form, even though I asked for it several times. Ouch. It's getting worse. Ouch. Oh. Oh man, this is hungry. Oh. Oh. I got quite a bit of peanut butter. That's a lot to it. Cool, it worked. Okay. Didn't start though. Let's fix it. It's actually starting to turn into a cool platform. Like I'm super excited to show this to people. I think it's incredible. I just added like 30 or 50 Harvard people on LinkedIn. So I have something like somewhere between 150 to 200 Harvard connections and somewhere between 50 to 100 Stanford. Um, okay. Actually, have to close some of this down. Let's do something. Shook on something while we're at that. Bathroom break. Noodle break. Food break. I don't know if anybody's gonna come in tonight, so let's get going.
Alright, pretty happy with the progress made today. Okay. This is the washroom. And, oh, make some noodles. Let's make some water. This is boil. Okay, that's the moment.
feet are just cut up so badly. Ouch. Here. I gotta wear socks. This is crazy. There's little pieces of glass everywhere. My feet are just raw. There's pieces of glass in my bed now because they're getting into my bed, so it's getting bad. So hopefully in a couple of days I can start sweeping and everything. Okay, socks are on. Water's ready. Try one of these Go cubes for the first time. Good. Right. Here she goes. What's in there? I'm going to throw in a couple of berries. All of my pickled food is now gone. But there is potatoes that I can still eat. I might make some potatoes right now. There's mochi. I can eat technically. Here we eat some Mediterranean. Okay. Couple of berries. We're gonna throw in some. Oh, ouch. 6:15. Okay. Wow, we got a lot of people on me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people. Wow. They should have big enough. So we're going to throw in a touch of this, splash of that. Good. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should put some Tabasco sauce in there. I don't know. We do have a little bit of tofu. That's. Oh no, maybe we'll have this little meat stuff because it's gonna go bad. I don't need it. Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of that. Put some of these. We're gonna do this. That. Got this Moving cube in here. So. These mung beans are frozen in the fridge. Kind of good because none of it rot, really. Okay, I'm going to open up another thing of noodles. So let's open up this. Quite good, I mean. Let's do this thing. The bridge. And we're going to open it again for some macaroni. Take them out. Good. And I didn't put any tamarind in. Bad. Tamarind. More tamarind. And more tamarind. Okay. Get ourselves quite a little broth here now. Actually, I don't think so. Let's put a little more. These little skewers. Listen. Okay. Put in a little bit of yeast. And put in some gas. Sugar. Honey, honey, you broke my candy girl, and you got me wanting you.
Let's see that Boolean cube. Maybe different. Actually, it's a really sweet smell. What's that one? That's interesting. I wonder if it's the little red currants. I don't know. But turn on the sesame. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I want barbecue. You know, powder. Is unique. Maybe I should throw in some meat sauce stuff. I just should see the put in the time. Great. Great. My onions are growing back too, interestingly. Cool. Needs more sugar. Or more like something more tame or okay. We'll let that sit for a minute. Feels like it needs a little bit of tang. A little bit of something. A little bit of sauerkraut in here, just in the middle. There's a little dollop of peanut butter to balance out the proteins. Lunch. A little bit of a more of a umami kick here. Bit of this guy now. Good. Yeah, I'll put this over that way. Okay. All right, let's get my hair under control here. I have a comb somewhere. I'm just not sure where. Bathroom, maybe. Okay, so which one is this? Oh, ouch, yeah. Ooh, headache. Okay, we're getting somewhere though. Okay, we're definitely getting somewhere. I have this. I think this is the curry mutton stuff. So, back this a bit. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, an actual soup, so maybe I'll save it. It's a full-on soup. Is it? Like a stir fry. Let's take a picture. Oh, okay. Oh, the boss.
Hey, how's it going?
Hmm. 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Are you still at the hospital?
No, they kicked me out early. Put my life in danger.
Well, if they discharged you, then you should have been fine to go, right?
Nope. No, you don't discharge a guy after 4 days with partial eating. You actually let him recover without threatening his life. But I almost choked to death in there, and the nurses covered it up. It kind of spooked me. That was a little bit scary.
Wait, so you're still recovering from the onslaught?
Yeah, it's pretty extreme. Like, even with the 28-day hunger strike, it takes like a couple of weeks to get back to normal. Your muscles are all atrophied. And this one was over twice as long, right? 66 days is double 28 plus like another 8 or 9 days. So it was like it's gonna take me. I can't even jump. It's been 11 days. I can't even jump off the ground. So it is definitely extreme. and I should have been at the hospital for like 2 weeks so they could watch my blood. But they just kicked me out twice.
But then, do you think it could also be because there are other like patients that are in more dire conditions than you?
How can you get more dire than your organs shutting down?
Well, your organs haven't shut down, have they? They should not be able to speak if they were down.
Well, that's what happened. Is I was puking my guts out when I got to the hospital, and it's because I couldn't digest water. So my lipase is so high. They think I have pancreatitis, and like I was on my last legs. If I would have died, if it wasn't for Sahan, I probably would have died that week.
No, but then they didn't effectively shut down. They were on the risk of shutting down. If they effectively shut down, that's a different thing.
Well,
the people at the emergency area are mostly those people who are like in extremely bad health.
They're not, because what's happening in the emergency ward is that people can't get family doctors. So there's actually a lot of people with common colds, maybe a little bit of the flu. Most of the people that went there were not even close to the medical emergency that I was in. So
I mean,
it's not
I
true.
don't know. I think it's different for different areas of the emergency, I guess.
No,
But, like,
it's really just
if
prejudice.
you go to area A, it's all like really critical stuff. If you go to area B, C, it's like the stuff that escalates to be really critical. Or like they have been through something very critical and then like they just got them back from the operation theater or the surgery or something and they're putting them in the ER room. But they like as far as I know, they move the ER patients almost every 6 hours. Every 6 hours, probably a new ER patient in the bed that she was supposed to be.
They put over 200 people ahead of me. So the reality is there's just prejudice and a tremendous amount of disrespect that put my life at risk because other people felt like they could trample on my political rights and call me an idiot and say that I deserved to be in pain because my charter rights were expressed and they thought they knew better. And we are in a sick, toxic society where I'm probably going to sue them. I'm probably going to go back and I'm going to sue the pants out of those the nurses that said that to me. One nurse came up to me and she said, I said, I'm in pain, like my arm is hurting quite badly. She put the needles in small veins and was jacking up the fluid. It was hurting me. It was cold. She was intentionally hurting me. And I said, this is really painful. She said, what do you expect? To do that to your body. You starved your own body. You deserve to be in pain. And I thought, who the heck is this? This is like 2 a.m. And I'm like, I said, why am I still puking, by the way? It's been like 10 hours. And I said, I want a different nurse. I want a different nurse. I started saying out loud. I said, I want a different nurse now. And I got pretty irate about it. And I actually changed the settings on the device myself. Because I was in pain and she wasn't turning down the machine. And so it was a really tense first day. It was not normal. And then the other nurses were the same way. I got into this other ward, the internal medicine ward, and this black woman comes up to me and she says, why are you being so stupid? Why are you not eating? And I'm like, because it's called charter rights, for God's sakes. It's because that's why you have rights. It's why you have minimum wage. It's why you even have vacation pay. It's because people like me risk their lives for complacent people like you. Get your act together. You have no right condescending me. In fact, you have no right to talk to me about this whatsoever. You're a neutral health aide. And they're overstepping their bounds. And they're overconfident. And they are making judgments that are poorly educated. And they're guilting me. And they're emotionally manipulating me. And it's intolerable. You don't need that when you're already struggling to eat and walk. And I almost died. They didn't take my condition seriously. When you are this dehydrated and this hungry, you can't swallow properly. They forgot to give you water. And as soon as you start eating, your mouth gets dry like chalk. And then you have a hard time swallowing anything. And I started choking on lettuce. And it's because they were complacent and they didn't treat me like I was in a medical emergency. And I almost suffocated to death. I pressed my emergency button 3 times. She got physically up, shut it off, and ignored me. I did it 3 times in a row.
That is insane.
And then she covered it up and said, I want this to be reported. I want an incident report. I want the doctor to know there was a near miss. I think there's something going on here where somebody's going to get hurt or killed. And I don't know what it is. I think it might be just poor training or incompetence. I don't know what it is. And by the end of the night, it turns out the charge nurse and the doctor didn't know. And I was so furious. I said, I want out of this ward. I want to get out of here. I'm going to get killed or something. Nobody's respecting my condition at all. Nobody's trying to understand me. The doctor's not even looking at me. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm getting out of here. I went somewhere else. And they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't let me out of the ward. I said, I'm voluntary. I'm not formed. I can leave here. No, just wait. You have to wait patient relations in the morning. Patient relations is a piece of garbage. I sued them. I'm getting out of here now. Let me out of here now. I'm getting out of your care. I want to go somewhere else. I don't trust you. I feel like my life is in danger. So I did a Google search and an AI search, and they wouldn't let me out. And they just closed my curtain and dictated to me. So then I phoned the switchboard of the hospital, and I got put in touch with all the departments, all the staff, the doctor on call. I said I wanted her to come down now, and she didn't want to come. Oh, so the doctor doesn't even want to come. Oh, okay. So then I called the police. I called the external police, and I got 911 police all to come out. I got the site managers to come out. Everybody's packed in our room. I had a peace officer there. I said, I want to get out of this room. I'm getting out of this room tonight. And I did. And the police, they put me in the wheelchair, and the police pushed me out of that room. And I said, I'm going to be filing a report on this. And then we went to the emergency ward to get re-triaged for a second opinion because the doctor said she couldn't do anything for me and that I could go home. And then they said, oh, Mr. McCormick, you can't get re-triaged because you're denying care. I said, what is it now? Are you saying that you can do nothing for me? Or are you saying that you can do something for me and I'm denying care? Which one is it? And they're playing mind games. And the peace officer that was there saw the whole thing. He was a witness. And he's like, yeah, that's bizarre. And I said, yeah. He said, you know what? He said I have to follow my orders, but you should call 811 and report this. And he says it'll get past patient relations and you can escalate your complaint. I said, what, really? I said, I sued them. Like, I've looked into this. And it turns out that they can go to the licensing boards and get the license revoked of the hospital, or at least a portion of the hospital. And I didn't know that. So that's actually what I'm going to be looking into soon. I just wanted to make sure I got through the night and took these effervescent sodium phosphate micro-based pills. So,
Again, like, just because, like, I would, like, further, instead of, like, just random, like, at that point, just putting the blame on them, because that woman who said, oh, you're putting yourself in pain, you deserve this, that woman's a complete piece of shit. No question.
Well, you know, she's ignorant.
Yeah, and the other one who just basically skip your emergency alarm, that's just beyond unprofessional. That's, like,
It's dangerous.
Like, that's literally your job. Like, you can't say no to that. That's why you're there. So again, no questions there. But like the other woman, who asked you why you're doing this to yourself. Now I have like a nuanced way to like navigate this, because on one side you could think that she's trying to make fun of you, which I don't know if it's true. On the other side, it could also be out of genuine care, because what if, internally, she has an intention to just want your better? She just intends that. That's her intention. And she's like, okay, well, I really want you to be in a better position. Why did you?
No.
And the intention behind it is to see you being better. If
No.
that's the intention
No.
behind what she said, then I would, like, if it's ambiguous, what the intention is, I would assume that it's the better one. I would assume that the
It's
latter
not.
is the former.
Trust me, because it happened again and again. They made me wait. the nurses on the 811 call, I actually called them. They said that your hand is going numb, Mark. I said, yeah, my hand is like my two fingers are numb. And they said, that's a 911 call. I said, why is it a 911 call? They said, because it could be neurological damage or it can be your ulnar nerve. And you need to go get that checked out. And I said, I did. The doctors are ignoring it. I asked for an MRI, a whole bunch of things. I was seeing double. They actually made my vision go double. I'm like, what's going on with my brain? So I said, I want an MRI scan. One doctor said she would do it. Of course, she didn't do it. And so they made me wait. I came in they said, call the ambulance, Mark. We'll do a write-up report on 811 here. And then we're just going to get you to the hospital to emergency. And this is like 1:30 in the morning. So they come to get me in the ambulance, put me on a stretcher, bring me back to the U of A emerge. And then I sit there for 18 hours. I was the longest one out of every single person there. The next person was 16 hours. They made me wait, a man starving to death. They made me wait in a wheelchair for 18 hours.
You could have called me up. I would have come and helped you out. 18 hours is a hell of a long time.
And when I got in there, finally, they had put so many people ahead of me, like 200. I was there at 1:32 in the morning, and I didn't get a bed until 10 o'clock at night. And then when I got in there, they had no beds, right? So they put me in a recliner chair, and I'm like, can I have some food? I'm hungry. Like some real food. And they said, well, there's no vegan food. Actually, you know what the one nurse said to me? This guy named Kevin. He said, well, I said, yeah, I'm a vegan though. Can I get like some cereal or something like substantial with milk, with vegan milk? He says, well, I don't think we have any vegan stuff here. But if you want a chicken sandwich, I can go and get that for you right away. And I said, that's called differential treatment. And
I wouldn't just like definitively blame that she, like, you know, you might want to consider the fact that, like, what if the only thing available at that time was chicken?
oh my God, okay. You gave the wrong answer, boss. All right? You gave the wrong answer.
I'm just saying,
No.
by yourself.
We got the wrong answer. This is a repeated event of disrespect to people who have vegan diets. And I've been in that same ward, and they had the same excuse last year and my other Hungerstrikes too. They are not stocking that room with the vegan options like they should be doing to be considerate to the public. They're being lazy and prejudiced. They're giving differential treatment, and that's illegal.
The last time I checked, and I'm the one who actually distributes food on my shift, they do have vegan options. There are, like...
Not in the emergency ward at nighttime. They have to stock it ahead of time.
I probably don't know about the nighttime, but last time I checked, they do have vegan options.
Yes, they do have vegan options, but not in the emergency ward, but they should.
With completely vegan food and vegan drinks and stuff like that.
That's not what I said.
Juice and stuff like that. They have all that.
They wouldn't get it for me in the emergency ward at night. I said, hey, I actually have a medical emergency right now that I'm the only one in this hospital that's here because my injury is literally hunger. And I'm the only one who hasn't eaten. And I'm the one that sat the longest in a torturous position. I have no fat on my butt. My butt was raw, sitting on that chair for 18 hours. Remember, I've been sitting in my bed for 66 days. I haven't sat up very long for months. And they made me sit upright in a chair for 18 straight hours. It's torturous. And then I almost choked to death because it wouldn't get, like, they're totally underestimating the condition. They're not understanding what it's like to go 66 days to your organs start shutting down. So there's a problem in the hospital. There is a prejudice against vegans and against hunger strikers and political activism. Hunger strikers and political activists have just as much right to go to a hospital to recover as anybody else, if not more so. That's why in the Alberta Human Rights Act and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Constitution, they say that you're allowed to perform these acts under protection in public hospitals. And the reason why they do that is because in tyrannical regimes, whenever you risk your life for justice and you went to the hospital to get recovered, these tyrannical oppressive regimes would kill you in the hospital by an accident. Oops. And then all of a sudden you've disappeared and you're no longer a problem. And that was so common that more developed countries like ours specifically state that these institutions, and when they're public, have to protect political rights. And they do it for that reason. So we're in a complacent, torturous healthcare system.
Yeah, like the torture part is not new. Like every single medical institution that exists today, if it was ever there historically, has gone through some moments of time where all they did to the patients was torture certain patients at least. And this is not something new. Like it's been there since the 1900s. Alberta was famous for the Eugenics Act, where they basically took indigenous people. I can't even say, it's just horrible. They basically made them infertile, or what's it called? Sterile. Yes, that's the right one.
Yeah, they did it to my grandmother.
Huh?
They did it to my grandmother.
God be with her. So they made them sterile without their consent.
Yep.
Just so that to preserve human race. For fuck's sake, they're as human as you are. To do that to somebody is beyond horrific. Like there is no excuse for that. I don't think that is forgivable by any means. But my point being that like you can't expect. Like I've literally seen a 101-year-old woman being ignored like she was nothing by a nurse. Like she was nothing. Like I've seen them being ignored like they were nothing. That's the thing. You can't expect kindness from a place known to be rude and has a history of being rude. You don't think you can employ them because it's just the way the thing works. I mean, again, this is just my opinion, but I know, as a matter of fact, I can't go change them. I can change myself. Sure, I can make myself better, and that's what I'm going to do. I try my best to learn more, to understand more, try to make myself better. I can't change the system.
Yes, you can. And you guys better start doing it and stop being chickens and challenging the hierarchy that's in there.
Before me, if you look at history, right? Every single time an individual or a revolutionary has changed something in history, they've done it for only a short span of time. And even when they did it in that short span of time, they did it because they had a lot of resources. Those people who changed history, they had a world of resources. Gandhi, he literally was an international person. Even before he was called Gandhi or whatever, he went to South Africa. He studied law in South Africa. At that time, being international, going outside the country where you were born was something 1 in 1,000, more than 1,000, would actually have the privilege of being in. He was born into a rich family. He wasn't one of those poor people. No, he went and studied law there. He was one of those really influential ones who had a heckload of knowledge. So it was very easy for him to get a revolution. Okay, I wouldn't say very easy, but he had all the tools. He had political power at that time. He had the amount of connections from different countries. Because he'd been to South Africa. He'd gone to Germany, I believe. He'd been to other countries. He had all those connections he needed. He had people who had other high connections. And then they all used their connections, formed an alliance, and picked the weaker people, the British. They were weak because at that time, colonialism at its strength was falling apart. And so they just fell like another domino brick right there. Like they were powerless. The ones who were with capital at the end won. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. I know for a fact. I don't have, and I don't want to, have enough capital to change something that's not me. I can only be responsible for changing myself. I'm not responsible for how the world works. I'm responsible for how I act in it. That's the distinction. When you go and say, oh, I'm going to have a hunger strike that's going to change the world, my friend, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. You're not responsible for what 7.9999999 billion people do. You're responsible for what you do. Just you alone. If every person thinks that way, then I'm only responsible for my actions so that I can help to be a better human being. No problem in this world would exist. None of them. And the thing that I really find kind of annoying is the fact that like when you go to the hospital and you expect them to like be kind to that, they're not going to be kind. I mean, they literally disrespect a 100-year-old person. They're like you're down to the lower levels of disrespect. You still have more respect. The people who are 101-year-old and whatever, and they were disrespected, they have nothing whatsoever. I've literally been told by an old man at the hospital, do whatever you want, just don't be old. Because the hospital people are going to make fun of you. They're not going to treat you well. Just don't be old. That's literally what one of those guys told me. I'm not even joking. I like after hearing what you said, it's not as worse, not as bad as I've heard other people. Because their stories are just heart-wrenching. Like I will be honest. And I don't mean to belittle what's gone through you. Like it's insane the fact that you're still alive after a 66-day hunger strike. But trust me, there's more disrespectful things that these people have done. You're not on the top list from that incident. But what I will say is that just look at history. Everybody who's trying to stand up against government who doesn't have capital didn't make it, and they weren't even worthy enough for being killed or whatever. The ones who got killed doing that got killed because the oppressive power at that time thought that this person is our contender for power. They have power as well, so we must eliminate them before they overpower us. In my opinion, you're not close to that part. It's just insignificant, if that makes sense. And I'm the same way. I'm even more insignificant. Like I'm not trying to tell you that you're insignificant. No. In the eyes of as humans, we are all significant. Everybody is equally significant. But at the eyes of those capitalists there, we are insignificant. Me and you, doesn't matter whether we are dead or alive. It makes no difference. Because we pose no threat to them. We pose no threat. So, if you are keen for doing a hunger strike at the hospital, the chances of them working out, the probability of that working out, in my opinion, just in my opinion, and I could very easily be wrong, is close to zero. Close to zero to change the hospital. Like, even if you sue them, close to zero chance of them actually, even if they did something bad, because you're not the only one. You're not the only one, and you're not the most influential person that has tried to sue them before you as well. There probably have been more influential people who tried to do them and have failed because they really are protected by a really capitalist company that's sitting behind them, trying to get as much money as they want, which is the thing with every other organization as well. Like they are not different in the way they think about what we want and what they want to settle. They don't care about what cost comes to that. If it comes at the cost of disrespect, it's okay. If it comes at the cost of someone else's life, it's okay. If it comes at the cost of treating somebody prejudiciously, it's okay. Because as long as they get what they want, it's just fair to them, if that makes sense. You can't change it.
You speak awfully confident for a young man who has very little experience.
I mean, I'm ready to see where I'm wrong.
You're wrong in almost every possible sense. You are a naive, young, wealthy man.
Let's go one by one. Where is the first part? And then the second, the third, the fourth, and I will listen to them all.
Your individualist approach doesn't work. A system is not the sum of its individual parts. So taking care of just yourself is not a social fabric. A system is more than the sum of its parts. It has emergent phenomena. It has properties that lower qualities or quantities don't have. And you're in a collective. You need to change systems. And systems require people to bond together. History shows that what changes things is not just wealthy people. It's usually a small group of people that just didn't give up. And they're the ones that learn, and they're the ones that inspired other people, and they're the ones that eventually won out. That's how things are happening in our lives, in our reality. I'm one of those people. I'm being strategic. The people around me are dead. But that's almost how it's always started. Look at Jesus Christ. He was literally abandoned on the cross. People think he had thousands of followers. He didn't. It took those cowards 3 months to get their act together by Pentecost. And only 2 of them got...
You can't compare yourself with Jesus Christ.
I absolutely am. You can't tell me what I can and can't do. You are not a Jesus Christ, my friend. You are not a Jesus Christ, my friend. Unfortunately, you're just not a Jesus Christ. But the reality is, if you look at my life, I have the life of Jesus Christ. I've dedicated my entire life to the poor. I was born poor. I studied it. I studied it, and you have not studied it. I dedicated my life 75,000 hours, and you have not. You have anecdotal experience and a couple of loosey-goosey principles that are actually mostly false. The reality is, systems change by collective action, and we don't need individual action. I've already told you this too. Like you guys are, your brains are deleted. Hold on. I already told you this, that for the last 15 years, just for climate change, never mind AI and the rest of it, CRISPR, for the last 15 years, just with climate change, the dominant paradigm of activism was the individualist consumer approach, saying we don't need to do big systemic actions and get political. Let's just use consumer choices. Let's buy recycled garbage bags. Let's bring out our milk containers to the curb and recycle our cardboard with it. Let's go and buy out of the healthy organic aisle at the store. That has utterly failed. And we're not saying that as a theory. We have data to show that we're nowhere near on track, and we wasted the last 15 years with foolish, naive theories like yours of people who are armchair activists and are quite frankly spoiled and complacent. That's what you are. You're spoiled and complacent, unfortunately. And you are not studied. You are saying dangerous, backwards words that people have fought for the last 100, maybe even 2,000 years to get out from. And we are on the verge of destruction. We need to take massive political, collective, unyielding action that is peaceful and legally protected. And the only option that there is that is serious is a hunger strike. And you need to start going on hunger strikes. And that is it. If you have a better approach that's not naive, I'd like to hear it. But everything you just said is wrong. And that's not just me saying that. That's the actual data. That's the actual on-the-ground activist measurements of what is really in reality. So I'm inviting you to get out of the bubble, and that your job's not going to matter anyway. We're all losing our jobs. And if you get a job, they're going to squeeze you so hard because they're already doing it in the hospital that you're going to get some kind of stress disorder. So you're not making sense. Like, nobody else is making any sense. We had a world-class investment opportunity today, and only one of my buddies decided to take it. And you didn't even show up. You didn't even message me back. Did you see the thing that I sent you?
Because I had my courses that just started.
I messaged you days ago. I sent you this message days ago. You could have made time.
Because I was like, my phone was switched off for a while. And when I got back on it, and I saw your message, and I was like, okay, well, I'm going to talk to you about this. But the thing is, I'm not really interested, because when I saw that it's about Dubai and stuff like that, like, it's not my responsibility to know what's going on.
Yes, it is. You are a global citizen of Earth. It is your responsibility. And every time you say it's not, you are abandoning the poor.
I can't affect anything that
Because you're in the top 0.01, like 0.0001% of powerful people in the world. You are in the guardian class. You were given God-given gifts. With great power comes great responsibility. That's why. There are people who are born with much less than you and have much more honorable character. You speak like a coward. You speak words that are going to kill and hurt people. And it gains you a selfish advantage because you'll survive this crisis. Most people are already dying from this.
No, I won't. No, I'm not gonna survive. I'm not gonna look. It's not like you. I don't know what look. So first of all, just because I have at my disposal $30,000 does not make me one of the 0.0001% or whatever.
Yeah, it does, because your parents are very, very wealthy.
The thing that you don't understand is that I am just like any other person.
No, you're not.
The difference is there. Just like if calamity strikes them, calamity strikes.
No, it doesn't. Most people don't get a Grand GT for their birthday when they're 18, 19 years
Oh
old.
my God.
Right? That's like an $80,000 vehicle.
It's not 80,000. It's 30,000 and plus. And like I said, the university fees is 45 grand for God's sake. And that's per semester. So per year, that's 120 grand.
That's right, and that's a privilege that you got to afford because your parents probably paid it. Right?
Well, yes, but at the same time, you also have to understand the fact that I like 45 grand or any even if I had $10 million, even at that point, you would still be nothing, downright nothing.
You're wrong.
Compared to those who sit in positions of power. If you look historically, if even I'd say even if someone like Elon Musk said that, right? Even if Elon Musk tried to change all the hospitals across the world, he would find it either extremely difficult or, as far as I think, impossible to do it. Because he's just not that rich enough. Even though he's the richest man alive, there are other people richer than him that we don't know about. There are other world leaders who have had much more wealth, generational wealth, that we have no idea about, that control stuff more in a far more superior way than we understand. My point that I'm trying to make is, you don't have to make life complicated. Life is very simple. Just focus on your actions. Keep a whole check of whether what I'm doing is towards righteousness or towards usurping someone's rights. And keep a balance of that. Try your best at what you can do to help others. And you keep, this is my opinion. And just keep a record of it. And as long as you don't hurt somebody and you don't do something wrong to somebody, and you at least whatever action that you do is towards the intent of goodness towards others, then God is merciful enough. Even if death comes to all, so there'll probably be a good end for that. But if you deliberately choose hurting others, deliberately choose slandering others, even though you could have had a choice of being kinder, then I guess forgiveness is also a thing. If you've made mistakes, you can always ask forgiveness. That's also a thing. Look, the point I'm trying to make is that if you go ahead and try to take the whole world's responsibility of yourself, that's not what you're there for. You're not there to judge someone else's actions. What I do tomorrow is not something you're going to be asked for, or is your responsibility. Because tomorrow you could kill 2 people, right? Tomorrow you could kill 2 people. I'm not responsible for that. I'm not going to be asked for that, because if that happens, I wasn't there. I couldn't stop it. I didn't know about it. I have no idea. Same thing if it goes the other way around. If I kill 2 people, you're not responsible for it. You're not going to be asked for it. There's nothing you could do to stop it, and there's nothing that you could do to affect where it happened, how it happened, why it happened, because we are all responsible for our own actions. That's basic law.
No, it isn't. It's a naive young man that doesn't know anything, talking overconfidently to the point of almost arrogance and dangerousness. and warding off the responsibility he's born with as a civic duty. The mistake you're making, the mistake that you're making, Abbas.
What do you think, in your opinion, is the fate of an individual who thinks that they're responsible only for their actions?
Then they should go live in a jungle by themselves and fend for themselves. No, I'm serious. If they believe that horse crap, go live in a jungle by yourself. Go to the Amazon by yourself and see how long you survive. If you want to be an individualist and you think you don't have any responsibility, go to the jungle and take care of yourself there and stop feeding off the rest of us. Because you're ungrateful and you're blind and you're complacent. The reason why you are in a society that has no dangers from animals is because you're in a collective. And you're in a state. Which means you have a civic duty and you're conflating and mixing up civic duty with personal responsibility on the personal level. But you have a personal responsibility to vote because the price of democracy and freedom is eternal vigilance. And you are not educated enough to speak so confidently and so blindly. When you speak the words that you're speaking, they're not neutral. You're priming a dead culture. You are killing hundreds of years and thousands of years of sacrifices of people who are wiser than you, who built the society that made you complacent. But if you want to go be an individualist, go survive somewhere in the jungle where there's no other humans and see what happens on the first night to you when there's nobody watching out for you. You know what's going to happen? You're probably going to climb up in a tree because you'll probably get killed on the ground. And then when you're up there, you're going to get bit by a snake and you're probably going to die.
Well, to begin with, I never said that you should always be an individualist in an individualist culture. I literally said try your best to help others as much as you can, and keep a moral record of it. Right? Like I would try to help others before I try to help myself. I would try to be of service to others before myself. I'd like to keep them before me. And
it's not that. It's not that.
That's literally. I literally said that. I said that you're supposed to have a moral record of yourself. But then beyond that, you're responsible only for your own actions, not for other people's actions. Like just because I'm not responsible for somebody else's actions, how does it make sense for me to go live in the Amazon or in some other jungle or whatever, all by myself? Just because I'm not responsible for somebody.
No, you actually are. And if you're going to be a doctor, you need to learn the legalities of this. Do you know what criminal neglect is in a medical setting?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's countering what you're saying. If you have a supervisor that tells you to do something that could hurt somebody, and you go and do it, and you go and hurt somebody, and you blame your superior, in court, it says, no, you are an individual, and you had a right to stop that person, correct them, and tell them the law. So you are responsible for your supervisor and yourself. You are responsible for the professional settings that you're in because they're rule-based. It's the rule of law. And you make an agreement to follow those rules, which are proven to make the space safe. And if you don't follow those rules, then you are in trouble. And if you do not hold other people to that standard and participate in a culture that improves those rules or enacts those rules, then you are, what's the legal term? You're priming the space for harm. You're acting negligently or recklessly. And those are legal charges. Those are criminal charges, especially in medical settings. And that's where I'm going to go into the hospitals and say, hey, look, did you put my life in undue stress? Did you put my life in undue harm? Did you put me in unnecessary duress? And the answer is going to be like, yeah, they did. They had plenty of other choices. And they were not holding each other to the standards of that place, that emergency ward.
Well, so here's the thing. I haven't done something like what they did. At least not yet. And I don't have any plans to do that either. But what they did was when you it's their responsibility to see what the patient has or is pressing the emergency button for, right? And when you press the emergency button, they just canceled it and they didn't even come and have a look at what's going on. That's literally their job. They did not do what they were supposed to do, what they're there to do, right? that's a different thing to what I'm saying, which is do the correct thing as much as you can and keep a record of it. Like
No, what you're saying is you're only responsible for your actions.
exactly.
Don't worry about
I'm
anybody.
responsible for my actions.
No, that's so naive. Why do you think there are supervising positions, Abbas? There's a charge nurse that looks after all the other nurses. If you are the charge nurse, you are legally obligated to care about what all the other nurses are doing. And if the other nurses make a mistake, you might be blamed for it because you're training them.
Yes, exactly.
That's how our societies are structured in modernity. Your points don't make any sense to us. They don't make any sense.
If you're the main person sitting over there, you can only, at your own limits, have a supervision of every single person who's underneath you. Now, you can have a supervision of them, help them and everything. As far as you, in your personal level, can do that. That's what you're responsible of. Now, if you personally look at somebody and they're doing something wrong, it's your responsibility to do whatever you can in your power, in whatever you can influence, to get that person to either rectify a mistake or to get him out of that place.
Now you're switching your answer.
No,
What do you think of? What do you think of?
He's still responsible. No, look, he's
No. You're responsible. Trust me.
so,
Why do you think?
okay.
Why do you think at the Nuremberg trials? Why do you think at the Nuremberg trials
My
they sent all of them to jail? And they said, no. I would have been shot if I didn't follow my superior. The judge said it doesn't matter. You have a choice, and you decided to follow a horrific act, and you're both being charged. You can't blame somebody else. You are responsible for yourself, and you're responsible for your subordinates and the people that you have control under. I'm saying a movement follows the same thing. You can't change everything by yourself. You have to build a movement, which means that you're going to have to train other people and learn it yourself so that you can train them.
Alright, hold on. I have to give an example though. So, say for instance, if I'm the head doctor of the unit there, right? And I have a couple nurses and a couple staff working under me. Now, it's my responsibility to just have to supervise all of them and to see them if they do something wrong. And even after I tell them not to do it and that it's against the rules or whatever, and they still insist on doing something, then I would just tell them to like leave right now, or probably write them their resignation if it's too bad. But even after that, if they don't leave, in my power, I don't have the capacity to physically get them out of the place. I have to do the next thing, which is to call the police to kick them out.
And that's still you being responsible.
Right? So like I can only do things that are in my power. If the person who's in front of me, who's my supervisor, has a knife to my throat and says, "You do something that's against me, I will kill you," then it's not in my power to kick them out. I can't do it.
Your life is not like that. That's an extremely rare example. What's happening now is I'm saying that you have the responsibility.
I can only do the things which are in my control. Even as the head of that position, I can only try my best to control that situation. Or
That's right.
If there are people working under me, my best to supervise them and to see them. If they choose to have more control than me, to overpower me and try to stop me from doing what I think is correct, beyond my power, I can't do it.
Of course, boss. But the point is, you have already contradicted yourself by saying that you have to monitor and you have to monitor these people to a certain legal level. Already counteracts your point that you have to just take care of yourself and think. You're naive, man. Your original position was so naive it was insane. What your position is now is my position, which is a sane, rational position. And when it comes to activism, you have something called a civic duty. When you became a citizen of a country, you agreed to certain terms and conditions to become a citizen. And you might not be a full citizen in Canada, but you still have to follow the legal code. And I think you're still protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, or at least the United Nations Declaration of Rights and Freedoms. You are supposed to act in situations of injustice. You bought me a chocolate cake for my birthday that was not fair trade certified. And I told you not to buy me any chocolate. It was not vegan either. I looked. It was not even vegan. So on two levels, you tortured some animals and you tortured some humans.
What is it? what is it called? The thing, the recipe of the whole thing, just because I literally asked them to get the whole recipe just so that they make sure that I can tell you for sure it's vegan. And there was I remember there was on the cake that I gave you, there was a little card that had the ingredients that they
No, it's still, I still have the box here with me. You didn't do your due diligence, my friend.
There's literally a card. I on the box. It's supposed to be a card where it says all the ingredients that they use to make it.
Yeah, and I looked at this, and it's not vegan, and it's not fair trade certified. Those are two different things.
Which ingredients aren't vegan?
The whipping cream, the milk, the dairy milk that's inside of it. There was actually quite a few things. There's like eggs in here.
Wait, does it mention eggs on the paper I gave you?
I'm trying to find where it says that now. It says here, right on this little sticker, it says ingredients right on the top. It says coconut, almond, and white chocolate. It says gluten-free flour, baking powder, salt, butter, which is not vegan, brown sugar, which is not fair trade certified, eggs, which is also not vegan, pure vanilla, which is vegan, coconut, white chocolate chips, and there's actually also real chocolate in here. I don't know why they're not saying real chocolate, but and xanthan gum and almonds. So there's 3 or 4 ingredients in here that are not vegan, and there's chocolate in here.
I don't think you can definitively say that like the butter thing is not vegan.
Butter is absolutely not vegan. It comes from cow secretions and like curdled milk fat. It's absolutely not. It's like one of the worst products. It's like the only thing worse than animal butter is animal lard, which my grandmother used to cook with, which is why she had terrible health. So I mean, no, man, I'm surprised you would say that. Butter is not vegan. There's vegan butters. There's margarine is a vegan butter, but it's full of omega-6s, which we don't need as vegans. So I appreciate the gift, but you could have did a lot better in terms of the ethics of it, right? Especially since I educated you on it.
I mean, I literally asked them what the best they could do for giving me all the ingredients, and I even told you that I've had them get me the ingredients as well, just so that you know what's going in. And I gave you the thing along with the ingredients. So now you have a choice to make, right? Either you say, oh, I see the ingredients and there's non-vegan ingredients in it, in my opinion, and I'm not going to have it. Or you say, all the ingredients are vegan and I probably have them. So I literally gave the thing along with the ingredients just so that you know what
you're warped, man. No, you got to take responsibility, man. Like, this is what should have happened. This is what should have happened if you were actually a sane civil servant of God and also just a good global citizen. What you should have did is when I said, hey, 95% of the chocolate that comes into Canada is slave labor and eating the tears of children, you should have went and looked up what is fair trade certified and memorized the logo. And then...
But I literally had dark chocolate as one of the ingredients. Well, you didn't treat dark chocolate to me, and I remember that was one of the ingredients on that thing.
I told you this. There's 4 luxury goods that are huge markets that are unfair. And they are chocolate. I've been teaching this for 15 years. I have never deviated. There's only 4. I've said this tens of thousands of times. I'm not even kidding. I bought 8,000 cups of coffee over 4 years. So just the coffee alone is 8,000 cups. Never mind the dozens of people that we talked to in between. So we literally said this tens of thousands of times. There's zero chance that I changed my pitch to you. I said, you need to be aware that coffee, tea, sugar, and chocolate are the 4 most evil products on the planet that we don't even need to survive. It is pure indulgence and evil. You're torturing people and animals for pleasure, not for survival. It's pure evil. You don't need to have coffee to survive. You don't need tea. You don't need sugar. and you don't need chocolate.
Well, you do need sugar because that's biochemistry.
You can get that from, no, I mean refined sugar. You can get that from just your normal food and also just fruits.
It's just proper glucose. It's just complete glucose. It's the most basic thing that you want.
I'm talking about cane sugar and the stuff that's 95% of refined sugar and candies and junk food. You don't need that sugar. Okay? They're trying to make you addicted. It's not even good for your body. And I told you, sorry, it's not hard to go look up Fair Trade Certified. And if you were a responsible global citizen, you would have went and did it on your own conscience. If somebody told me, like, I had my friend tell me about Fair Trade Certified. I remember she came up to me and she told me once. You know how many times it took me to look into it and master and change my life? I was told once. I went and looked it up that night. I never touched it again. I changed it in one day. And then I started a campaign about it. That's what a sane, ethical person does. And that's what's empowering.
In that case, like, I'm really sorry. Because I like, in my defense, I tried my best. I didn't remember.
You did not try your best. You went and did a bunch of distracted crap, probably. And I'm not saying you're the worst in the world, but you probably went and played a bunch of soccer and drove around and did a bunch of things that was not helping a lot of people.
I don't go to drive. I don't, like, the soccer field is right beside where I live, so I just go walk down and play. And I just drove because I couldn't get to the thing. I couldn't get to the bakery and to Padmanati's on time if I took transit, and that's the only reason I drove. Because I couldn't. If I took the transit trains, I wouldn't be able to get to and fro from the bakery and also to Padmanati's. And also the fact that your location of Padmanati's was not accessible by LRT. You had to take bus, and I couldn't carry a cake with me walking on the bus and all along and expect it to not melt or not get spoiled if in the heat of that day, along with being in public spaces with a food item. So, well, I in my opinion, I was just trying to be as effective as possible in not getting the cake spoiled and being there on time because it was your birthday. I didn't want to be late. And also the fact that at that time, like again, I can't remember Fair Trade Certified thing. Like the last time, I don't even remember you telling me that I'm supposed to check Fair Trade Certified before I do anything to begin with. And at that time, I knew that you would have I knew that you have a very rigid criteria for what it's decent and what it's not, and that's why I phoned them in advance and I was like, hey, I know that you have a vegan cake or whatever, but I need to be sure so that I can be vegan. So, like, can you include all the ingredients that you use to make this and attach it and put it on a piece of paper or something? And then they were like, okay, sure, we'll do that. And then they did that, and then I was just like, okay, from here on, it's your decision to see whether it suits your criteria or not. Because to me, because I've just seen them give me something that they said vegan. So, like, to me, they said that it's vegan. They give me a bunch of ingredients. Now, I'm not in a chemistry lab to check all the ingredients, and I'm not somebody who's gonna see where they've ordered the food from and go to the farm where they've got the food from and go to each of those places where all the other ingredients were manufactured and sourced and see whether they've done it all ethically or whatever. I didn't do that to begin with. I just left it to you to make your decision. And if you think it's not vegan, then I'm sorry. Like, I tried my best.
No, you didn't. What happened was that you made a last minute call because you didn't plan ahead and you rushed around because you had other priorities.
I can't be like, I had a flight really the next day. I can't be.
Then you should have went 3 days earlier and got the cake and put it in your freezer or put it somewhere.
Well, why would I give you stale stuff if
It's not stale.
I give you something that I try to do something that I've bought the same exact day, something that's fresh, right? Like I try to do something that's completely fresh rather than keep it in my freezer.
The reality.
God knows what happened.
The reality is that you didn't make your priorities straight. Fair trade certified ethical eating is not a priority for you.
Your birthday was my priority was turning up to your birthday, not empty-handed. I wanted to give something.
But you did a bunch of evil things, right? It's like you went backwards. You went and hurt some children, and you went and hurt some animals. Exactly the opposite of what I want. You know what I want from my birthday party is no birthday cake, and just for you to go to the Fair Trade Certified website and take 15 minutes and memorize what the hell that label is. That's what I want. And I want you to go and read about veganism and go and memorize the ingredients. It's easy. Here's what it is. Anything that comes from an animal is not vegan. Anything. Any secretions, any pee, any poop, any milk, any creams, any tears, any hides, any fats, any meats, any muscle, any tissue, any cartilage, any bone, any facial structures, any waxes, anything that comes from an animal is not vegan.
Well,
It's that easy. Now you know. Okay?
It's the first for me to see cream. That's not normal.
Yeah, it is. For vegans, it's very normal. Cream is just condensed milk.
No, because tea used cream.
I scream at you all the time. Like when you came and saw me on my first hunger strikes, I'm like, you're supposed to come sooner or something. I was yelling at you even then. But this is not yelling. This is a passionate confrontation saying it's not acceptable for you to make all these excuses when the reality is so simple. You do not make ethics a priority and you live a sinful life. That's what it is. Do you know how long it took me to learn about Fair Trade Certified and veganism? I already told you. Literally one night. Because I'm an ethical, sane person, that when I read these things, they make sense right away to me. Because I make them a priority. You need to change your priorities and start learning how to organize. And when you organize as a civic duty, and in service to these higher ideals that make our lives worth living and honorable, that's when you're going to stop living in this weird backwards way where you're filling in the dots with misinformation and you actually start becoming a good person, speaking words that are going to help people and dedicating your life to something that's greater than yourself and then attracting goodness that way to yourself so that you're not forgetting about yourself, but you're going to get picked up by doing acts of service, like real substance, real justice, not just charity. And you can use your wealth in a way that gives people a hand up, not just a hand out, except in an actual emergency like a hurricane. That's the only time charity is really useful. The rest of it is justice. Okay? And picking up homeless people one by one is a great thing to do if you have spare time at night. But the main thing you should be doing is getting to the courthouses and fighting for the rights and changing systems. Finding your friends, educating your friends, changing your priorities, inviting them out to things, meeting new people in those groups, and building networks so you can get organized and then scale up and then have the movement to change the system that we know is wrong and is eating away at us. And I just watched a video on mitochondria saying that the time that your hair goes gray or that you age yourself significantly or you get sick is when you have resistance in your body and in your brain. If you're stressed and you're not feeling well about the world or yourself, it literally ages you and it changes your whole body dynamic. You're like 5,000 trillion mitochondria respond immediately. Like this pigment, like you know what happened to me? My beard was super white on my first hunger strikes, but the color is coming back into my beard. Like there's more black in my beard now than there was last year. And that's because your body responds to your mental state. And if you don't feel good about your actions and you know subconsciously that you're doing evil things like eating chocolate or eating animals that are being tortured, then it's going to cognitively affect you, and it'll affect your mitochondria. It literally affects the energy in your body. And I was like surprised by how much it changes your body. And I think that's what's happening is our diets, we all know they're toxic. We're still eating them anyway. And it's causing us to have microplastics in us and all the physical stuff. But our moods are not honorable. We are messed up in our heads. We have forgotten what it was like to be in tribes where we had to rely on each other. Like, and face death. If we lost ourselves in the tribe, or we lost our tribe, or we were excommunicated from the tribe, that was a death sentence. Because they knew you couldn't survive alone in a jungle. There was just too many animals back then that want to kill you.
That's not true. There's always a brave person out there who's willing to face the problem.
not back 2.6 million years ago. The world had dinosaurs back then. The world had giant centipedes.
There weren't any humans, so what's the point?
The point is that we had hominids that were evolving towards these more rational, virtualistic
the
communities.
humans that even lived 60,000 years ago didn't have the exact same capacities that we do.
Well,
60,000 years ago, the humans that were there were not the same Homo sapiens that we are. Sure, their DNA is probably the same as ours or whatever, almost the same as ours, not completely. Their whole structure of their brain structure, their understanding was far more underdeveloped than what we call today as Homo sapiens. They didn't have the ability to self-introspect, at the very least. The whole like humanity begun, like proper humans begun to come like around 30,000 years ago. The first ever proper Homo sapien was just 30,000-ish years ago. And since then, and even at that time, when the Homo sapiens were there, they had faced massive competition from other species who were also from the same branch, like the Neanderthals. There's another group I forgot, but they're called hobbits. I think it's Homo erectus or something. But they were called the hobbits. They were just really short mutants who got extinct really soon. So those were the founders, the first humans. And then from then on, it just started to trickle, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then the number of humans would increase, and then something would happen, and then go back right down, all the way until around 9,000 BC. Only in 9,000 BC did actual human population start to come up, and literally the first time they started to farm was in ancient Mesopotamia, which is basically Iraq, back in 5,000 BC. As far as people know, that's the first ever place where they invented the wheel, where they started to write, where they had the first ever thing that was written, the Epic of Gilgamesh. The first ever thing that was written. They had the first ever society there. They had city for the first time in 5,000 BC. So the whole point of there being something to survive for in 2.9 million years doesn't make sense, because those people, they weren't even people to begin with. They didn't have the same understanding that we do. They were sub level, like, well, what they were as adults would probably be what we are as children.
they had consciousness, okay? That's what made them different. They were hominids, which means that they had consciousness, and they were learning to stand upright, because they did have a sense of self. Animals don't have a sense of self outside of habit and self-feeling. What was fundamentally different about the hominids was that they were mostly animal, but now they had something extra. And when this extra layer of processing was that they knew about themselves and the object they were looking at the same time. Whereas an animal knows about the object, but doesn't know about itself reflecting upon the object that belongs to it. That's the difference. So what separates hominids from animals.
Well, let's get back to the main point here, right? Like the point
No, the main point is this. You're wrong about the dates. For the last 50,000 years, the hardware has been basically the same in human brains and processing. For 50,000 years, you've had the same brains, the same bodies, basically everything is the same. The only thing that changed was the software, and that's culture. The culture shifted quite a bit in the last 30,000 years, but Homo sapiens came on the scene 300 to 400,000 years ago, and hominids. No, I think you're mixing up things.
The Moroccan mountain, I don't know, Jebel or something. A human skull that was discovered about 300,000 years ago. That skull and the humans, yes, they were part of the hominid family. Yes, they were the same genus as us, but they weren't the same species. They were not Homo sapiens, the same as we are. They had their eyebrows were they had foreheads that were much longer. They had faces that were much shorter. They had a more bent position. They weren't as upright as we are. They didn't have the same brain functioning capacity, the same PC. That's the unit of brain capacity. They didn't have the same thing. And even after, at that time, 300,000 years ago, those Homo sapiens, or what they call Homo sapiens, weren't the modern Homo sapiens. They were faced with competition from other species they could mate with. You get me? Those like you can mate a donkey and a horse. Same way they could mate with other species. They could mate with Denisovans, which were a different species altogether. They literally didn't have the same thought process that we do. And that's why you see from their era they have no cities from standing from.
You're confused, my friend. Like, listen to this, okay? The first Homo sapiens. This is not controversial. This has been like this for a long time.
They didn't have a society.
Our specific species.
Society. The first ever, like that's the thing, right? Like the first ever time somebody wrote something. The first ever time somebody wrote something was literally in 5,000 BC when they started writing.
6,000, yeah, but that's the cultural part. We're saying that when human beings started to become human beings, we have a lineage, and that lineage is 7 million years old, and it modernized itself more and more and more and more and more. But the direction of our species is known quite well. And the first Homo sapiens, it says here, were found 300,000 years ago, and before there was the Homo heidelbergensis, and the oldest fossils confirmed bones of anatomical modern Homo sapiens were discovered at Jebel Arhund in Morocco and are dated at about 300,000 years old.
Yeah, and that's what I'm telling you. It's a big myth. It's a thing that like many people assume that like those people were exactly the same. They were not the same.
Nobody's saying that. They're saying in the last 50,000 years. Nobody's saying that before that we're exactly the same. What they're saying is that the direction of our species and the unique attributes that made us humans, which was the capacity to be rational, it was our ability to be self-conscious, to have brains that allowed us to think on a higher level of abstraction. That's the fundamental split of human beings. And then because we thought that way, it caused us to stand up on two feet.
What they could think was rational. There's no evidence that they could form societies. There's no evidence that they could communicate as effectively as we can. There's no evidence they actually had language. They probably communicated in just gestures almost like.
Yeah, that's true. But the point is this. The point is that when that process started, because other branches of animals did not go down this path. The path to self-consciousness, which caused us to go on 2 feet, scavenge and hunt, and change our living habits to survive ice ages, that lineage has been marked out from many other animals. And it's very clear. And it's not perfect, but it's very clear who our ancestors are and when we branched off and how we branched off. And that branch started 7 million years ago. So for the first 4 million years, we were eating nothing but plants because we came from chimpanzees, and chimpanzees and gorillas are 100% vegetarians with a little bit of insects here and there.
That is not true.
With a little bit of insects here and there.
The hominids that were there before, they were omnivores.
No, they were not. No, they were not. Nope, you can look at it. the current scientific evidence shows no meat eating past 2.6 million years ago from today. We started, the oldest evidence that we can find of meat eating regularly was started in 2.6 million years ago, was correlated with a climate change event in Africa, where the vegetation that we were relying on to be pure vegans was dying. So it wasn't as convenient to survive on. So in a desperate act of survival, the hominids started eating already dead animals. They started scavenging for already dead carcasses. So they weren't even hunting. They were just finding dead bodies and eating whatever the hell they could because their safety was being threatened. So
Exactly my point. So they
So-
were eating meat.
well, that's the thing is we have been maladapting to a climate disaster for 2.6 million years. And it might have sped up some of our brain development, some of the extra protein. But if we would have just stuck to eating plants and cooked the plants and these big tubers and what we know, we would have also had to speed up in our brain development. So all that we really had was that our intestines shortened, our moods changed, we stopped getting the same healthy gut bacteria that we now know is responsible for serotonin and happiness emotions and bonding emotions, and we turned into this rapist, destructive viral species that took over everything and killed everything, and it's killing ourselves.
Too strong, man.
Yeah, that's literally what we're doing. We're raping the planet. We are literally taking everything for ourselves. We are literally poisoning every fresh water source on Earth. We've killed 70% of species in the last 50 years alone. That's insane. That's insanity. And we have heated them.
I don't agree with you in the fact that I don't think that somebody like me or you would be able to change that or even write a handbook or whatever.
Yeah, we can. I'm doing it right now. If you would just listen and help, you would see that it's not even hard really to make a movement that can go to global critical mass. You do not need to reach all 8 billion human beings. You don't need to do that. You only need to reach 3% of them because there's a phenomenon called critical mass. And it happens in human consciousness, and we've studied it, and it actually does happen. It's a real thing. And we see it in physics as well with plutonium and uranium, that there's a certain critical threshold that will set up a chain reaction. So all we have to do,
That goes back to the big question: why are you responsible for the whole world?
because you're a social creature that needs touch and socializing, or else you literally die. As a baby, if you do not get touched as a baby, you die. They did an experiment on this. If you do not get touched, but you get fed, you get other things, you die. You need warmth and connection. If you don't have that, you turn into a feral child if you get raised by other animals, and you lose your capacity for genuinely rational human thought. You are a social creature that needs other human beings to reflect off of to develop your innate human capacities. And that's been proven over and over and over again. So no, you're wrong.
Just like any other animals, they would want to live with other animals of the same species. Yeah, I agree with you there. What I'm trying to tell you is that sure we live together does not mean that we're responsible for the other people's actions. No, you can't blame me for your actions. It's the same as the fact that you can't be blamed for mine.
Yeah, you can actually. Because you're supposed to report people who do criminal acts or terrible evil acts.
So are you saying that, so you do know about the Jeffrey Epstein?
No, here's a better example. If you were in a dorm room, here's the better example. If you are in a dorm room and you're sharing a dorm room with another person,